Section 1 of History of Egypt, Chaldæa, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 3, by Gaston Maspero. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 1 Ancient Chaldæa, Part 1. In the time when nothing which was called heaven existed above, and when nothing below had as yet received the name of earth, Apsu, the ocean, who first was their father, and Chaos Tiamat, who gave birth to them all, mingled their waters in one, reeds which were not united, rushes which bore no fruit. Life germinated slowly in this inert mass, in which the elements of our world still lay in confusion. When at length it did spring up, it was but feebly, and at rare intervals, through the hatching of divine couples devoid of personality and almost without form. In the time when the gods were not created, not one as yet, when they had neither been called by their names, nor had their destinies been assigned to them by fate, gods manifested themselves. Lakhmu and Lakhamu were the first to appear, and waxed great for ages; then Anshar and Kishar were produced after them. Days were added to days, and years were heaped upon years. Anu, Enlil, and Ea were born in their turn, for Anshur and Kishar had given them birth. As the generations emanated one from the other, their vitality increased, and the personality of each became more clearly defined. The last generation included none but beings of an original character and clearly marked individuality. Anu, the sunlit sky by day, the starlit firmament by night; Enlil Bel, the king of the earth; Ea, the sovereign of the waters, and the personification of wisdom. Each of them duplicated himself, Anu into Anat, Bel into Belit, Ea into Damkina, and united himself to the spouse whom he had deduced from himself. Other divinities sprang from these fruitful pairs, and the impulse once given, the world was rapidly peopled by their descendants. Sin, Shamash, and Kaman, who presided respectively over the moon, the sun, and the air, were all three of equal rank. Next came the lords of the planets, Ninib, Merodach, Nergal, the warrior goddess Ishtar, and Nebo; then a whole army of lesser deities, who ranged themselves around Anu as a supreme master. Tiamat, finding her domain becoming more and more restricted owing to the activity of the others, desired to raise battalion against battalion, and set herself to create unceasingly; but her offspring, made in her own image, appeared like those incongruous phantoms which men see in dreams, and which are made up of members borrowed from a score of different animals. They appeared in the form of bulls with human heads, of horses with the snouts of dogs with quadruple bodies springing from a single fish like tail. Some of them had the beak of an eagle or a hawk; others 4 wings and 2 faces; others the legs and horns of a goat; others again the hindquarters of a horse and the whole body of a man. Tiamat furnished them with terrible weapons, placed them under the command of her husband Kingu, and set out to war against the gods. At first they knew not whom to send against her. Anshar dispatched his son Anu, but Anu was afraid, and made no attempt to oppose her. He sent Ea, but Ea, like Anu, grew pale with fear, and did not venture to attack her. Merodach, the son of Ea, was the only one who believed himself strong enough to conquer her. The gods, summoned to a solemn banquet in the palace of Anshar, unanimously chose him to be their champion, and proclaimed him king. Thou art glorious among the great gods; thy will is second to none; thy bidding is Anu; Marduk, Merodach, thou art glorious among the great gods; thy will is second to none; thy bidding is Anu. From this day, that which thou orderest may not be changed; the power to raise or abase shall be in thy hand; the word of thy mouth shall endure, and thy commandments shall not meet with opposition. None of the gods shall transgress thy law, but wheresoever a sanctuary of the gods is decorated, the place where they shall give their oracles shall be thy place. Marduk, it is thou who art our avenger. We bestow on thee the attributes of a king; the whole of all that exists, thou hast it, and everywhere thy word shall be exalted. Thy weapons shall not be turned aside, they shall strike thy enemy. O Master, who trusts in thee, spare thou his life; but the god who hath done evil, put out his life like water." They clad their champion in a garment, and thus addressed him: Thy will, master, shall be that of the gods. Speak the word, let it be so, it shall be so. Thus open thy mouth, this garment shall disappear; say unto it, Return, and the garment shall be there. He spoke with his lips, the garment disappeared; he said unto it, Return, and the garment was restored." Merodach having been once convinced by this evidence that he had the power of doing everything and of undoing everything at his pleasure, the gods handed to him the sceptre, the throne, the crown, the insignia of supreme rule, and greeted him with their acclamations: "Be king, go! Cut short the life of Tiamat, and let the wind carry her blood to the hidden extremities of the universe." He equipped himself carefully for the struggle. He made a bow and placed his mark upon it; he had a spear brought to him and fitted a point to it; the god lifted the lance, brandished it in his right hand, then hung the bow and quiver at his side. He placed a thunderbolt before him, filled his body with a devouring flame, then made a net in which to catch the anarchic Tiamat; he placed the four winds in such a way that she could not escape, south and north, east and west, and with his own hand he brought them the net, the gift of his father Anu. He created the hurricane, the evil wind, the storm, the tempest, the four winds, the seven winds, the waterspout, the wind that is second to none; then he let loose the winds he had created, all seven of them, in order to bewilder the anarchic Tiamat by charging behind her. And the master of the waterspout raised his mighty weapon; he mounted his chariot, a work without its equal, formidable; he installed himself therein, tied the four reins to the side, and darted forth, pitiless, torrent like, swift. He passed through the serried ranks of the monsters and penetrated as far as Tiamat, and provoked her with his cries: "Thou hast rebelled against the sovereignty of the gods! Thou hast plotted evil against them, and hast desired that my fathers should taste of thy malevolence; therefore thy host shall be reduced to slavery, thy weapons shall be torn from thee. Come, then, thou and I must give battle to one another." Tiamat, when she heard him, flew into a fury; she became mad with rage; then Tiamat howled; she raised herself savagely to her full height, and planted her feet firmly on the earth. She pronounced an incantation, recited her formula, and called to her aid the gods of the combat, both them and their weapons. They drew near one to another, Tiamat and Marduk, wisest of the gods; they flung themselves into the combat, they met one another in the struggle. Then the master unfolded his net and seized her; he caused the hurricane which waited behind him to pass in front of him, and when Tiamat opened her mouth to swallow him, he thrust the hurricane into it, so that the monster could not close her jaws again. The mighty wind filled her paunch, her breast swelled, her maw was split. Marduk gave a straight thrust with his lance, burst open the paunch, pierced her interior, tore the breast, then bound the monster and deprived her of life. When he had vanquished Tiamat, who had been their leader, her army was disbanded, her host was scattered, and the gods her allies, who had marched beside her, trembled, were scared, and fled. He seized hold of them, and of Kingu their chief, and brought them bound in chains before the throne of his father. He had saved the gods from ruin, but this was the least part of his task. He had still to sweep out of space the huge carcass which encumbered it, and to separate its ill assorted elements, and arrange them afresh for the benefit of the conquerors. He returned to Tiamat, whom he had bound in chains. He placed his foot upon her; with his unerring knife he cut into the upper part of her; then he cut the blood vessels, and caused the blood to be carried by the north wind to the hidden places. And the gods saw his face, they rejoiced, they gave themselves up to gladness, and sent him a present, a tribute of peace. Then he recovered his calm, he contemplated the corpse, raised it, and wrought marvels. He split it in two as one does a fish for drying; then he hung up one of the halves on high, which became the heavens; the other half he spread out under his feet to form the earth, and made the universe such as men have since known it. As in Egypt, the world was a kind of enclosed chamber balanced on the bosom of the eternal waters. The earth, which forms the lower part of it, or floor, is something like an overturned boat in appearance, and hollow underneath, not like one of the narrow skiffs in use among other races, but a kufa, or kind of semicircular boat such as the tribes of the lower Euphrates have made use of from the earliest antiquity down to our own times. The earth rises gradually from the extremities to the centre, like a great mountain, of which the snow region, where the Euphrates finds its source, approximately marks the summit. It was at first supposed to be divided into 7 zones, placed one on the top of the other along its sides, like the stories of a temple; later on it was divided into 4 houses, each of which, like the houses of Egypt, corresponded with one of the 4 cardinal points, and was under the rule of particular gods. Near the foot of the mountain, the edges of the so called boat curve abruptly outwards, and surround the earth with a continuous wall of uniform height having no opening. The waters accumulated in the hollow thus formed, as in a ditch; it was a narrow and mysterious sea, an ocean stream which no living man might cross save with permission from on high, and whose waves rigorously separated the domain of men from the regions reserved to the gods. The heavens rose above the mountain of the world like a boldly formed dome, the circumference of which rested on the top of the wall in the same way as the upper structures of a house rest on its foundations. Merodach wrought it out of a hard resisting metal which shone brilliantly during the day in the rays of the sun, and at night appeared only as a dark blue surface, strewn irregularly with luminous stars. He left it quite solid in the southern regions, but tunnelled it in the north, by contriving within it a huge cavern which communicated with eternal space by means of 2 doors placed at the east and the west. The sun came forth each morning by the first of these doors; he mounted to the zenith, following the internal base of the cupola from east to south; then he slowly descended again to the western door, and re entered the tunnel in the firmament, where he spent the night. Merodach regulated the course of the whole universe on the movements of the sun. He instituted the year and divided it into 12 months. To each month he assigned 3 decans, each of whom exercised his influence successively for a period of 10 days. He then placed the procession of the days under the authority of Nibiru, in order that none of them should wander from his track and be lost. He lighted the moon that she might rule the night, and made her a star of night that she might indicate the days. From month to month, without ceasing, shape thy disk, and at the beginning of the month kindle thyself in the evening, lighting up thy horns so as to make the heavens distinguishable; on the 7th day show to me thy disk, and on the 15th let thy 2 halves be full from month to month. He cleared a path for the planets, and 4 of them he entrusted to 4 gods; the 5th, our Jupiter, he reserved for himself, and appointed him to be shepherd of this celestial flock; in order that all the gods might have their image visible in the sky, he mapped out on the vault of heaven groups of stars which he allotted to them, and which seemed to men like representations of real or fabulous beings, fishes with the heads of rams, lions, bulls, goats, and scorpions. End of Part 1. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 2 of History of Egypt, Chaldæa, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 3, by Gaston Maspero. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 1. Ancient Chaldæa, Part 2. The heavens having been put in order, he set about peopling the earth, and the gods, who had so far passively and perhaps powerlessly watched him at his work, at length made up their minds to assist him. They covered the soil with verdure, and all collectively made living beings of many kinds. The cattle of the fields, the wild beasts of the fields, the reptiles of the fields, they fashioned them and made them creatures of life. According to one legend, those first animals had hardly left the hands of their creators, when, not being able to withstand the glare of the light, they fell dead one after the other. Then Merodach, seeing that the earth was again becoming desolate, and that its fertility was of no use to any one, begged his father Ea to cut off his head and mix clay with the blood which welled from the trunk, then from this clay to fashion new beasts and men, to whom the virtues of his divine blood would give the necessary strength to enable them to resist the air and light. At first they led a somewhat wretched existence, and lived without rule after the manner of beasts. But, in the first year, appeared a monster endowed with human reason named Oannes, who rose from out of the Erythraean Sea, at the point where it borders Babylonia. He had the whole body of a fish, but above his fish's head he had another head which was that of a man, and human feet emerged from beneath his fish's tail. He had a human voice, and his image is preserved to this day. He passed the day in the midst of men without taking any food; he taught them the use of letters, sciences, and arts of all kinds, the rules for the founding of cities, and the construction of temples, the principles of law and of surveying, He showed them how to sow and reap; he gave them all that contributes to the comforts of life. Since that time nothing excellent has been invented. At sunset this monster Oannes plunged back into the sea, and remained all night beneath the waves, for he was amphibious. He wrote a book on the origin of things and of civilization, which he gave to men. These are a few of the fables which were current among the races of the lower Euphrates with regard to the first beginnings of the universe. That they possessed many other legends of which we now know nothing is certain, but either they have perished for ever, or the works in which they were recorded still await discovery; it may be under the ruins of a palace, or in the cupboards of some museum. They do not seem to have conceived the possibility of an absolute creation, by means of which the gods, or one of them, should have evolved out of nothing all that exists. The creation was for them merely the setting in motion of pre existing elements, and the creator only an organizer of the various materials floating in chaos. Popular fancy in different towns varied the names of the creators and the methods employed by them. As centuries passed on, a pile of vague, confused, and contradictory traditions were amassed, no one of which was held to be quite satisfactory, though all found partisans to support them. Just as in Egypt, the theologians of local priesthoods endeavoured to classify them and bring them into a kind of harmony. Many they rejected and others they recast in order to better reconcile their statements. They arranged them in systems, from which they undertook to unravel, under inspiration from on high, the true history of the universe. That which I have tried to set forth above is very ancient, if, as it is said to be the case, it was in existence 2 or even 3,000 years before our era; but the versions of it which we possess were drawn up much later, perhaps not until about the 7th century B.C. It had been accepted by the inhabitants of Babylonia because it flattered their religious vanity, by attributing the credit of having evolved order out of chaos to Merodach, the protector of their city. He it was whom the Assyrian scribes had raised to a position of honour at the court of the last kings of Nineveh. It was Merodach's name which Berosus inscribed at the beginning of his book, when he set about relating to the Greeks the origin of the world according to the Chaldaeans, and the dawn of Babylonian civilization. Like the Egyptian civilization, it had had its birth between the sea and the dry land on a low marshy alluvial soil, flooded annually by the rivers which traverse it, devastated at long intervals by tidal waves of extraordinary violence. The Euphrates and the Tigris cannot be regarded as mysterious streams like the Nile, whose source so long defied exploration that people were tempted to place it beyond the regions inhabited by man. The former rise in Armenia, on the slopes of the Nephates, one of the chains of mountains which lie between the Black Sea and Mesopotamia, and the only range which at certain points reaches the line of eternal snow. At first they flow parallel to one another, the Euphrates from the east to west as far as Malatia, the Tigris from the west towards the east in the direction of Assyria. Beyond Malatia, the Euphrates bends abruptly to the southwest, and makes its way across the Taurus as though desirous of reaching the Mediterranean by the shortest route, but it soon alters its intention, and makes for the southeast in search of the Persian Gulf. The Tigris runs in an oblique direction towards the south from the point where the mountains open out, and gradually approaches the Euphrates. Near Bagdad the two rivers are only a few leagues apart. However, they do not yet blend their waters; after proceeding side by side for some 20 or 30 miles, they again separate and only finally unite at a point some 80 leagues lower down. At the beginning of our geological period their course was not such a long one. The sea then penetrated as far as latitude 33°, and was only arrested by the last undulations of the great plateau of secondary formation, which descend from the mountain group of Armenia. The two rivers enter the sea at a distance of about 20 leagues apart, falling into a gulf bounded on the east by the last spurs of the mountains of Iran, on the west by the sandy heights which border the margin of the Arabian desert. They filled up this gulf with their alluvial deposit, aided by the Adham, the Diyala, the Kirka, the Karun, and other rivers, which at the end of long independent courses become tributaries of the Tigris. The present beds of the two rivers, connected by numerous canals, at length meet near the village of Korna, and form one single river, the Shat al Arab, which carries their waters to the sea. The mud with which they are charged is deposited when it reaches their mouth, and accumulates rapidly; it is said that the coast advances about a mile every 70 years. In its upper reaches the Euphrates collects a number of small affluents, the most important of which, the Kara Su, has often been confounded with it. Near the middle of its course, the Sadjur on the right bank carries into it the waters of the Taurus and the Amanus; on the left bank the Balikh and the Kabur contribute those of the Karaja Dagh. From the mouth of the Kabur to the sea, the Euphrates receives no further affluent. The Tigris is fed on the left by the Bitlis Kai, the two Zabs, the Adhem, and the Diyala. The Euphrates is navigable from Sumieset, the Tigris from Mosul, both of them almost as soon as they leave the mountains. They are subject to annual floods, which occur when the winter snow melts on the higher ranges of Armenia. The Tigris, which rises from the southern slope of the Niphates and has the more direct course, is the first to overflow its banks, which it does at the beginning of March, and reaches its greatest height about the 10th or 12th of May. The Euphrates rises in the middle of March, and does not attain its highest level till the close of May. From June onwards it falls with increasing rapidity; by September all the water which has not been absorbed by the soil has returned to the river bed. The inundation does not possess the same importance for the regions covered by it, that the rise of the Nile does for Egypt. In fact, it does more harm than good, and the riverside population have always worked hard to protect themselves from it, and to keep it away from their lands rather than facilitate its access to them. They regard it as a sort of necessary evil to which they resign themselves, while trying to minimize its effects. The traveller Olivier noticed this, and writes as follows: "The land there is rather less fertile than in Egypt, because it does not receive the alluvial deposits of the rivers with the same regularity as that of the Delta. It is necessary to irrigate it in order to render it productive, and to protect it sedulously from the inundations which are too destructive in their action and too irregular." End of Part II. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 3 of History of Egypt, Chaldæa, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 3, by Gaston Maspero. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 1. Ancient Chaldæa, Part 3. The first races to colonize this country of rivers, or at any rate the first of which we can find traces, seem to have belonged to three different types. The most important were the Semites, who spoke a dialect akin to Aramaic, Hebrew, and Phoenician. It was for a time supposed that they came down from the north, and traces of their occupation have been pointed out in Armenia in the vicinity of Ararat, or half way down the course of the Tigris, at the foot of the Gordasian mountains. It has recently been suggested that we ought rather to seek for their place of origin in southern Arabia, and this view is gaining ground among the learned. Side by side with the Semites, the monuments give evidence of a race of ill-defined character, which some have sought, without much success, to connect with the tribes of the Ural or Altai. These people are for the present provisionally called Sumerians. They came, it would appear, from some northern country. They brought with them from their original home a curious system of writing, which, modified, transformed, and adopted by 10 different nations, has preserved for us all that we know in regard to the majority of the empires which rose and fell in Western Asia before the Persian conquest. Semite or Sumerian, it is still doubtful which preceded the other at the mouth of the Euphrates. The Sumerians, who were for a time all powerful in the centuries before the dawn of history, had already mingled closely with the Semites when we first hear of them. Their language gave way to the Semitic, and tended gradually to become a language of ceremony and ritual, which was at last learnt for everyday use, then for the drawing up of certain royal inscriptions, or for the interpretation of very ancient texts of a legal or sacred character. Their religion became assimilated to the religion, and their gods identified with the gods, of the Semites. The process of fusion commenced at such an early date, that nothing has really come down to us from the time when the two races were strangers to each other. We are, therefore, unable to say with certainty how much each borrowed from the other, what each gave or relinquished of its individual instincts and customs. We must take and judge them as they come before us, as forming one single nation, imbued with the same ideas, influenced in all their acts by the same civilization, and possessed of such strongly marked characteristics that only in the last days of their existence do we find any appreciable change. In the course of the ages they had to submit to the invasions and dominations of some dozen different races, of which some, Assyrians and Chaldaeans, were descended from a Semitic stock, while the others, Elamites, Chossaeans, Persians, Macedonians, and Parthians, either were not connected with them by any tie of blood, or traced their origin in some distant manner to the Sumerian branch. They got quickly rid of a portion of these superfluous elements, and absorbed or assimilated the rest. Like the Egyptians, they seem to have been one of those races which, once established, were incapable of ever undergoing modification, and remained unchanged from one end of their existence to the other. Their country must have presented at the beginning very much the same aspect of disorder and neglect which it offers to modern eyes. It was a flat, interminable moorland stretching away to the horizon, there to begin again seemingly more limitless than ever, with no rise or fall in the ground to break the dull monotony, clumps of palm trees and slender mimosas, intersected by lines of water gleaming in the distance, then long patches of wormwood and mallow, endless vistas of burnt up plain, more palms and more mimosas, make up the picture of the land, whose uniform soil consists of rich, stiff, heavy clay, split up by the heat of the sun into a network of deep, narrow fissures, from which the shrubs and wild herbs shoot forth each year in springtime. By an almost imperceptible slope it falls gently away from north to south towards the Persian Gulf, from east to west towards the Arabian plateau. The Euphrates flows through it with unstable and changing course, between shifting banks which it shapes and reshapes from season to season. The slightest impulse of its current encroaches on them, breaks through them, and makes openings for streamlets, the majority of which are clogged up and obliterated by the washing away of their margins almost as rapidly as they are formed. Others grow wider and longer, and sending out branches, are transformed into permanent canals or regular rivers, navigable at certain seasons. They meet on the left bank detached offshoots of the Tigris, and after wandering capriciously in the space between the two rivers, at last rejoin their parent stream: such are the Shatt el Hai and the Shatt en Nil. The overflowing waters on the right bank, owing to the fall of the land, run toward the low limestone hills which shut in the basin of the Euphrates in the direction of the desert; they are arrested at the foot of those hills, and are diverted on to the low lying ground, where they lose themselves in the morasses, or hollow out a series of lakes along its borders, the largest of which, Bahr i Nedjif, is shut in on three sides by steep cliffs, and rises or falls periodically with the floods. A broad canal, which takes its origin in the direction of Hit at the beginning of the alluvial plain, bears with it the overflow, and skirting the lowest terraces of the Arabian chain, runs almost parallel to the Euphrates. In proportion as the canal proceeds southward the ground sinks still lower, and becomes saturated with the overflowing waters, until, the banks gradually disappearing, the whole neighbourhood is converted into a morass. The Euphrates and its branches do not at all times succeed in reaching the sea; they are lost for the most part in vast lagoons to which the tide comes up, and in its ebb bears their waters away with it. Reeds grow there luxuriantly in enormous beds, and reach sometimes a height of from 13 to 16 feet. Banks of black and putrid mud emerge amidst the green growth, and give off deadly emanations. Winter is scarcely felt here; snow is unknown; hoar frost is rarely seen; but sometimes in the morning a thin film of ice covers the marshes, to disappear under the first rays of the sun. For 6 weeks in November and December there is much rain; after this period there are only occasional showers, occurring at longer and longer intervals until May, when they entirely cease, and the summer sets in, to last until the following November. There are almost 6 continuous months of depressing and moist heat, which overcomes both men and animals and makes them incapable of any constant effort. Sometimes a south or east wind suddenly arises, and bearing with it across the fields and canals whirlwinds of sand, burns up in its passage the little verdure which the sun had spared. Swarms of locusts follow in its train, and complete the work of devastation. A sound as of distant rain is at first heard, increasing in intensity as the creatures approach. Soon their thickly concentrated battalions fill the heavens on all sides, flying with slow and uniform motion at a great height. They at length alight, cover everything, devour everything, and propagating their species, die within a few days; nothing, not a blade of vegetation, remains on the region where they alighted. Notwithstanding these drawbacks, the country was not lacking in resources. The soil was almost as fertile as the loam of Egypt, and, like the latter, rewarded 100-fold the labor of the inhabitants. Among the wild herbage which spreads over the country in the spring, and clothes it for a brief season with flowers, it was found that some plants, with a little culture, could be rendered useful to men and beasts. There were 10 or 12 different species of pulse to choose from: beans, lentils, chick peas, vetches, kidney beans, onions, cucumbers, eggplants, gombo, and pumpkins. From the seed of the sesame an oil was expressed, which served for food, while the castor oil plant furnished that required for lighting. The safflower and henna supplied the women with dyes for the stuffs which they manufactured from hemp and flax. Aquatic plants were more numerous than on the banks of the Nile, but they did not occupy such an important place among foodstuffs. The lily bread of the Pharaohs would have seemed meagre fare to people accustomed from early times to wheaten bread. Wheat and barley are considered to be indigenous on the plains of the Euphrates. It was supposed to be here that they were first cultivated in Western Asia, and that they spread from hence to Syria, Egypt, and the whole of Europe. The soil there is so favourable to the growth of cereals, that it yields usually 200-fold, and in places of exceptional fertility 300-fold. The leaves of the wheat and barley have a width of 4 digits. As for the millet and sesame, which in altitude are as great as trees, I will not state their height, although I know it from experience, being convinced that those who have not lived in Babylonia would regard my statement with incredulity. Herodotus in his enthusiasm exaggerated the matter, or perhaps as a general rule he selected as examples the exceptional instances which had been mentioned to him. At present wheat and barley give a yield to the husbandman of some 30 or 40-fold. The date palm meets all other needs of the population: they make from it a kind of bread, wine, vinegar, honey, cakes, and numerous kinds of stuffs. The smiths use the stones of its fruit for charcoal; these same stones, broken and macerated, are given as fattening food to cattle and sheep. Such a useful tree was tended with a loving care; the vicissitudes in its growth were observed, and its reproduction was facilitated by the process of shaking the flowers of the male palm over those of the female. The gods themselves had taught this artifice to men, and they were frequently represented with a bunch of flowers in their right hand, in the attitude assumed by a peasant in fertilizing a palm tree. Fruit trees were everywhere mingled with ornamental trees: the fig, apple, almond, walnut, apricot, pistachio, vine, with the plane tree, cypress, tamarisk, and acacia. In the prosperous period of the country the plain of the Euphrates was a great orchard which extended uninterruptedly from the plateau of Mesopotamia to the shores of the Persian Gulf. End of Part 3. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 4 of History of Egypt, Chaldæa, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 3, by Gaston Maspero. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 1. Ancient Chaldæa, Part 4. The flora would not have been so abundant if the fauna had been sufficient for the supply of a large population. A considerable proportion of the tribes on the lower Euphrates lived for a long time on fish only. They consumed them either fresh, salted, or smoked; they dried them in the sun, crushed them in a mortar, strained the pulp through linen, and worked it up into a kind of bread or cakes. The barbel and carp attained a great size in these sluggish waters, and if the Chaldaeans, like the Arabs who have succeeded them in these regions, clearly preferred these fish above others, they did not despise at the same time less delicate species as the eel, murena, silurus, and even that singular gurnard whose habits are an object of wonder to our naturalists. This fish spends its existence usually in the water, but a life in the open air has no terrors for it. It leaps out on the bank, climbs trees without much difficulty, finds a congenial habitat on the banks of mud exposed by the falling tide, and basks there in the sun, prepared to vanish in the ooze in the twinkling of an eye if some approaching bird should catch sight of it. Pelicans, herons, cranes, storks, cormorants, hundreds of varieties of seagulls, ducks, swans, wild geese, secure in the possession of an inexhaustible supply of food, sport and prosper among the reeds, The ostrich, greater bustard, the common and red legged partridge and quail, find their habitat on the borders of the desert, while the thrush, blackbird, ortolan, pigeon, and turtle dove abound on every side, in spite of daily onslaughts from eagles, hawks, and other birds of prey. Snakes are found here and there, but they are for the most part of innocent species. 3 poisonous varieties only are known, and their bite does not produce such terrible consequences as that of the horned viper or Egyptian uraeus. There are 2 kinds of lion, one without mane, and the other hooded, with a heavy mass of black and tangled hair. The proper signification of the old Chaldaean name was the great dog, and they have indeed a greater resemblance to large dogs than to the red lions of Africa. They fly at the approach of man; they betake themselves in the daytime to retreats among the marshes or in the thickets which border the rivers, sallying forth at night, like the jackal, to scour the country. Driven to bay, they turn upon the assailant and fight desperately. The Chaldaean kings, like the Pharaohs, did not shrink from entering into a close conflict with them, and boasted of having rendered a service to their subjects by the destruction of many of these beasts. The elephant seems to have roamed for some time over the steppes of the middle Euphrates. There is no indication of its presence after the 13th century before our era, and from that time forward it was merely an object of curiosity brought at great expense from distant countries. This is not the only instance of animals which have disappeared in the course of centuries. The rulers of Nineveh were so addicted to the pursuit of the urus that they ended by exterminating it. Several sorts of panthers and smaller felidae had their lairs in the thickets of Mesopotamia. The wild ass and onager roamed in small herds between the Balikh and the Tigris. Attempts were made, it would seem, at a very early period to tame them and make use of them to draw chariots, but this attempt either did not succeed at all, or issued in such uncertain results, that it was given up as soon as other less refractory animals were made the object of successful experiment. The wild boar and his relative, the domestic hog, inhabited the morasses. Assyrian sculptors amused themselves sometimes by representing long gaunt sows making their way through the cane brakes, followed by their interminable offspring. The hog remained here, as in Egypt, in a semi tamed condition, and the people were possessed of only a small number of domesticated animals besides the dog, namely, the ass, ox, goat, and sheep. The horse and camel were at first unknown, and were introduced at a later period. We know nothing of the efforts which the first inhabitants, Sumerians and Semites, had to make in order to control the waters and to bring the land under culture. The most ancient monuments exhibit them as already possessors of the soil, and in a forward state of civilization. Their chief cities were divided into 2 groups, one in the south, in the neighbourhood of the sea, the other in a northern direction, in the region where the Euphrates and Tigris are separated from each other by merely a narrow strip of land. The southern group consisted of 7, of which Eridu lay nearest to the coast. This town stood on the left bank of the Euphrates, at a point which is now called Abu Sharin. A little to the west, on the opposite bank, but at some distance from the stream, the mound of Mughir marks the site of Uru, the most important, if not the oldest, of the southern cities. Lagash occupied the site of the modern Tello to the north of Eridu, not far from the Shat al Hai. Nisin and Mar, Larsam and Uruk, occupied positions at short distances from each other on the marshy ground, which extends between the Euphrates and the Shat and Nile. The inscriptions mentioned here and there other less important places, of which the ruins have not yet been discovered: Zirlab and Shurapak, places of embarkation at the mouth of the Euphrates for the passage of the Persian Gulf, and the island of Dilmun, situated some 40 leagues to the south in the centre of the Salt Sea, Nar Maratum. The northern group comprised Nippur, the incomparable, Barsip, on the branch which flows parallel to the Euphrates and falls into the Bahr el Nedjif, Babylon, the gate of the god, the residence of life, the only metropolis of the Euphrates region of which posterity never lost a reminiscence, Kishu, Kuta, Agade, and lastly the 2 Sipparas, that of Shamash and that of Anunit. The earliest Chaldaean civilization was confined almost entirely to the 2 banks of the lower Euphrates; except at its northern boundary, it did not reach the Tigris, and did not cross this river. Separated from the rest of the world, on the east by the marshes which border the river in its lower course, on the north by the badly watered and sparsely inhabited tableland of Mesopotamia, on the west by the Arabian desert, it was able to develop its civilization, as Egypt had done, in an isolated area, and to follow out its destiny in peace. The only point from which it might anticipate serious danger was on the east, whence the Kashshi and the Elamites, organized into military states, incessantly harassed it year after year by their attacks. The Kashshi were scarcely better than half civilized mountain hordes, but the Elamites were advanced in civilization, and their capital, Susa, vied with the richest cities of the Euphrates, Uru and Babylon, in antiquity and magnificence. There was nothing serious to fear from the Guti, on the branch of the Tigris to the northeast, or from the Shuti to the north of these: they were merely marauding tribes, and however troublesome they might be to their neighbours in their devastating incursions, they could not compromise the existence of the country, or bring it into subjection. It would appear that the Chaldaeans had already begun to encroach upon these tribes, and to establish colonies among them: El Ashur on the banks of the Tigris, Haran on the furthest point of the Mesopotamian plain towards the sources of the Balik. Beyond these were vague and unknown regions: Tidenum, Martu, the sea of the setting sun, the vast territories of Melukhah and Magan. Egypt, from the time they were acquainted with its existence, was a semi fabulous country at the ends of the earth. How long did it take to bring this people out of savagery, and to build up so many flourishing cities? The learned did not readily resign themselves to a confession of ignorance on the subject. As they had depicted the primordial chaos, the birth of the gods, and their struggles over the creation, so they related unhesitatingly everything which had happened since the creation of mankind, and they laid claim to being able to calculate the number of centuries which lay between their own day and the origin of things. The tradition to which most credence was attached in the Greek period at Babylon, that which has been preserved for us in the histories of Berosu, asserts that there was a somewhat long interval between the manifestation of Oannes and the foundation of a dynasty. The first king was Alauros of Babylon, a Chaldaean of whom nothing is related except that he was chosen by the divinity himself to be a shepherd of the people. He reigned for 10 Sari, amounting in all to 36,000 years, for the Saros is 3,600 years, the Nur 600 years, and the Sas 60 years. After the death of Alauros, his son Alaparos ruled for 3 Sari, after which Amalaros, of the city of Pantibibla, reigned 13 Sari. It was under him that there issued from the Red Sea a second Anadatus, resembling Oannes in his semi divine shape, half man and half fish. After him Amemnon, also from Pantibibla, a Chaldaean, ruled for a term of 12 Sari: under him, they say, the mysterious Oannes appeared. Afterwards Amelagaros of Pantibibla governed for 18 Sari. Then Davos, the shepherd from Pantibibla, reigned 10 Sari. Under him there issued from the Red Sea a fourth Anadotus, who had a form similar to the others, being made up of man and fish. After him Ved Doranchos of Pantibibla reigned for 18 Sari, and in this time there issued yet another monster, named Anadolphos, from the sea. These various monsters developed carefully and in detail that which Oannes had set forth in a brief way. Then Amempsinos of Laurantia, a Chaldaean, reigned 10 Sari, and Obartes, also a Chaldaean, of Laurantia, 8 Sari. Finally, on the death of Obartes, his son Xisuthros held the sceptre for 18 Sari. It was under him that the great deluge took place. Thus 10 kings are to be reckoned in all, and the duration of their combined reigns amounts to 120 Sari. From the beginning of the world to the deluge, they reckoned 691,200 years, of which 259,200 had passed before the coming of Alauros, and the remaining 432,000 were generously distributed between this prince and his immediate successors. The Greek and Latin writers had certainly a fine occasion for amusement over these fabulous number of years which the Chaldaeans assigned to the lives and reigns of their first kings. End of Part 4. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 5 of History of Egypt, Chaldæa, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 3 by Gaston Maspero. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 1 Ancient Chaldæa, Part 5. Men in the meantime became wicked. They lost the habit of offering sacrifices to the gods, and the gods, justly indignant at this negligence, resolved to be avenged. Now Shanam-Shnapishtim I. was reigning at this time in Shurippak, the town of the ship. He and all his family were saved, and he related afterwards to one of his descendants how Ea had snatched him from the disaster which fell upon his people. Shurippak, the city which thou thyself knowest, is situated on the banks of the Euphrates. It was already an ancient town when the hearts of the gods who resided in it impelled them to bring a deluge upon it. The great gods, as many as they are, their father Anu, their counsellor Bel the warrior, their throne bearer Ninib, their prince Inugi. The master of wisdom, Ea, took his seat with them, and, moved with pity, was anxious to warn Shamashnapishtim, his servant, of the peril which threatened him. But it was a very serious affair to betray to a mortal a secret of heaven, and as he did not venture to do so in a direct manner, his inventive mind suggested to him an artifice. He confided to a hedge of reeds the resolution that had been adopted. "Hedge, hedge, wall, wall! Hearken, hedge, and understand well, wall! Man of Shurippak, son of Ubaratutu, construct a wooden house, build a ship, abandon thy goods, seek life, throw away thy possessions, save thy life, and place in the vessel all the seed of life. The ship which thou shalt build, let its proportions be exactly measured, let its dimensions and shape be well arranged, then launch it in the sea." Shamashnapishtim heard the address to the field of reeds, or perhaps the reeds repeated it to him. "I understood it, and I said to my master Ea, 'The command, O my master, which thou hast thus enunciated, I myself will respect it, and I will execute it; but what shall I say to the town, the people, and the elders?'" Ea opened his mouth and spake: he said to his servant: "Answer thus and say to them: 'Because Bel hates me, I will no longer dwell in your town, and upon the land of Bel I will no longer lay my head, but I will go upon the sea, and will dwell with Ea my master. Now Bel will make rain to fall upon you, upon the swarm of birds and the multitude of fishes, upon all the animals of the field, and upon all the crops, but Ea will give you a sign: the god who rules the rain will cause to fall upon you, on a certain evening, an abundant rain. When the dawn of the next day appears, the deluge will begin, which will cover the earth and drown all living things.'" Shamashnapishtim repeated the warning to the people, but the people refused to believe it, and turned him into ridicule. The work went rapidly forward: the hull was 140 cubits long, the deck 140 broad, all the joints were caulked with pitch and bitumen. A solemn festival was observed at its completion, and the embarkation began. "All that I possessed I filled the ship with it, all that I had of silver, I filled it with it, and all that I had of gold, I filled it with it. All that I had of the seed of life, of every kind, I filled it with it. I caused all my family and my servants to go up into it: beasts of the field, wild beasts of the field, I caused them to go up all together. Shamash had given me a sign: 'When the god who rules the rain in the evening shall cause an abundant rain to fall, enter into the ship, and close thy door.' The sign was revealed: the god who rules the rain caused to fall one night an abundant rain. The day, I feared its dawning, I feared to see the daylight, I entered into the ship, and I shut the door: that the ship might be guided, I handed over to Buzur Bel, the pilot, the great ark and its fortunes. As soon as the morning became clear, a black cloud arose from the foundations of heaven. Baman growled in its bosom, Nebo and Marduk ran before it, ran like two throne bearers over hill and dale. Nera the Great tore up the stake to which the ark was moored. Ninib came up quickly, he began the attack. The Anunnaki raised their torches and made the earth to tremble at their brilliancy. The tempest of Raman scaled the heaven, changed all the light to darkness, flooded the earth like a lake. For a whole day the hurricane raged, and blew violently over the mountains and over the country; the tempest rushed upon men like the shock of an army; brother no longer beheld brother, men recognized each other no more. In heaven, the gods were afraid of the deluge, they betook themselves to flight, they clambered over the firmament of Anu; the gods, howling like dogs, cowered upon the parapet. Ishtar wailed like a woman in travail; she cried out: "The Lady of Life, the goddess with the beautiful voice, the past returns to clay, because I have prophesied evil before the gods. Prophesying evil before the gods, I have counselled the attack to bring my men to nothing, and these to whom I myself have given birth, where are they? like the spawn of fish they encumber the sea. The gods wept with her over the affair of the Anunnaki. The gods, in the place where they sat weeping, their lips were closed. It was not pity only which made their tears to flow; there were mixed up with it feelings of regret and fears for the future. Mankind once destroyed, who would then make the accustomed offerings? The inconsiderate anger of Bel, while punishing the impiety of their creatures, had inflicted injury upon themselves. 6 days and nights the wind continued, the deluge and the tempest raged. The 7th day at daybreak the storm abated; the deluge, which had carried on warfare like an army, ceased; the sea became calm, and the hurricane disappeared; the deluge ceased. I surveyed the sea with my eyes, raising my voice, but all mankind had returned to clay; neither fields nor woods could be distinguished. I opened the hatchway, and the light fell upon my face; I sank down, I cowered, I wept, and my tears ran down my cheeks when I beheld the world all terror and sea. At the end of 12 days, a point of land stood up from the waters; the ship touched the land of Nisr. The mountain of Nisr stopped the ship and permitted it to float no longer. 1 day, 2 days, the mountain of Nisr stopped the ship and permitted it to float no longer. 3 days, 4 days, the mountain of Nisr stopped the ship and permitted it to float no longer. 5 days, 6 days, the mountain of Nisr stopped the ship and permitted it to float no longer. The 7th day at dawn I took out a dove and let it go; the dove went, turned about, and as there was no place to alight upon, came back. I took out a swallow and let it go; the swallow went, turned about, and as there was no place to alight upon, came back. I took out a raven and let it go; the raven went, and saw that the water had abated, and came near the ship flapping its wings, croaking, and returned no more. Shamashnapishtim escaped from the deluge, but he did not know whether the divine wrath was appeased, or what would be done with him when it became known that he still lived. He resolved to conciliate the gods by expiatory ceremonies. I sent forth the inhabitants of the ark toward the 4 winds; I made an offering, I poured out a propitiatory libation on the summit of the mountain. I set up 7 and 7 vessels, and I placed there some sweet smelling rushes, some cedar wood, and storax. He thereupon re entered the ship to await there the effect of his sacrifice. The gods, who no longer hoped for such a windfall, accepted the sacrifice with a wondering joy. The gods sniffed up the odour, the gods sniffed up the excellent odour, the gods gathered like flies above the offering. When Ishtar, the mistress of life, came in her turn, she held up the great amulet which Anu had made for her. She was still furious against those who had determined upon the destruction of mankind, especially against Bel. "These gods, I swear it on the necklace of my neck, I will not forget them; these days I will remember, and will not forget them for ever. Let the other gods come quickly to take part in the offering. Bel shall have no part in the offering, for he was not wise, but he has caused the deluge, and he has devoted my people to destruction." Bel himself had not recovered his temper. When he arrived in his turn and saw the ship, he remained immovable before it, and his heart was filled with rage against the gods of heaven. "Who is he who has come out of it living? No man must survive the destruction." The gods had everything to fear from his anger. Ninib was eager to exculpate himself, and to put the blame upon the right person. Ea did not disavow his acts. "I opened his mouth and spake," he said to Bel the warrior: "Thou, the wisest among gods, O warrior, why wert thou not wise, and didst cause the deluge? The sinner, make him responsible for his sin; the criminal, make him responsible for his crime; but be calm, and do not cut off all; be patient, and do not drown all. What was the good of causing the deluge? A lion had only come to decimate the people. What was the good of causing the deluge? A leopard had only come to decimate the people. What was the good of causing the deluge? Famine had only to present itself to desolate the country. What was the good of causing the deluge? Nera, the plague, had only come to destroy the people. As for me, I did not reveal the judgment of the gods. I caused Khasisadra to dream a dream, and he became aware of the judgment of the gods, and then he made his resolve." Bel was pacified at the words of Ea. He went up into the interior of the ship, took hold of my hand, and made me go up, even me; he made my wife go up, and he pushed her to my side; he turned our faces towards him, he placed himself between us, and blessed us. Up to this time Shamashnapishtim was a man. Henceforward let Shamashnapishtim and his wife be reverenced like us, the gods, and let Shamashnapishtim dwell afar off, at the mouth of the seas. And he carried us away and placed us afar off, at the mouth of the seas." Another form of the legend relates that by an order of the god, Xisuthros, before embarking, had buried in the town of Sippara all the books in which his ancestors had set forth the sacred sciences, books of oracles and omens, in which were recorded the beginning, the middle, and the end. When he had disappeared, those of his companions who remained on board, seeing that he did not return, went out and set off in search of him, calling him by name. He did not show himself to them, but a voice from heaven enjoined upon them to be devout towards the gods, to return to Babylon and dig up the books in order that they might be handed down to future generations. The voice also informed them that the country in which they were was Armenia. They offered sacrifice in turn; they regained their country on foot; they dug up the books of Sippara and wrote many more; afterwards they refounded Babylon. It was even maintained in the time of the Seleucido that a portion of the ark existed on one of the summits of the Gordyaean mountains. Pilgrimages were made to it, and the faithful scraped off the bitumen which covered it, to make out of it amulets of sovereign virtue against evil spells. End of Section 5. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 6 of History of Egypt, Chaldæa, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 3, by Gaston Maspero. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 1. Ancient Chaldæa, Part 6. The chronicle of these fabulous times placed, soon after the abating of the waters, the foundation of a new dynasty, as extraordinary or almost as extraordinary in character as that before the flood. According to Berosus, it was of Chaldaean origin, and comprised 86 kings, who bore rule during 34,080 years. The first two, Avechus and Camabellos, reigned 2400 and 2700 years, while the latter reigns did not exceed the ordinary limits of human life. An attempt was afterwards made to harmonize them with probability: the number of kings was reduced to 6, and their combined reigns to 225 years. This attempt arose from a misapprehension of their true character, names, and deeds; everything connected with them belongs to myth and fiction only, and is irreducible to history proper. They supplied to priests and poets material for scores of different stories, of which several have come down to us in fragments. Some are short, and serve as preambles to prayers or magical formulas; others are of some length, and may pass for real epics. The gods intervene in them, and along with kings play an important part. It is Nera, for instance, the lord of the plague, who declares war against mankind in order to punish them for having despised the authority of Anu. He makes Babylon to feel his wrath first. The children of Babel, they were as birds, and the bird catcher, thou wert he. Thou takest him in the net, thou enclosest him, thou decimatest them, hero Nera. One after the other he attacks the mother cities of the Euphrates, and obliges them to render homage to him, even Uruk, the dwelling of Anu and Ishtar, the town of the priestesses, of the Almas, and the sacred courtesans. Then he turns upon the foreign nations and carries his ravages as far as Phoenicia. In other fragments, the hero Etana makes an attempt to raise himself to heaven, and the eagle, his companion, flies away with him, without, however, being able to bring the enterprise to a successful issue. Nimrod and his exploits are known to us from the Bible. He was a mighty hunter before the Lord, wherefore it is said, "Even as Nimrod the mighty hunter before the Lord, and the beginning of his kingdom was Babel, and Erech, and Akkad, and Calneh, in the land of Shinar." Almost all the characteristics which are attributed by Hebrew tradition to Nimrod we find in Gilgamesh, king of Uruk and descendant of the Shamashnapishtim who had witnessed the deluge. Several copies of a poem, in which an unknown scribe had celebrated his exploits, existed about the middle of the 7th century before our era in the royal library at Nineveh. They had been transcribed by order of Ashurbanipal from a more ancient copy, and the fragments of them which have come down to us, in spite of their lacunae, enable us to restore the original text, if not in its entirety, at least in regard to the succession of events. They were divided into 12 episodes corresponding with the 12 divisions of the year, and the ancient Babylonian author was guided in his choice of these divisions by something more than mere chance. Gilgames, at first an ordinary mortal under the patronage of the gods, had himself become a god and son of the goddess Aruru. He had seen the abyss, he had learned everything that is kept secret and hidden, he had even made known to men what had taken place before the deluge. The sun, who had protected him in his human condition, had placed him beside himself on the judgment seat, and delegated to him authority to pronounce decisions from which there was no appeal. He was, as it were, a sun on a small scale, before whom the kings, princes, and great ones of the earth humbly bowed their heads. The scribes had, therefore, some authority for treating the events of his life after the model of the year, and for expressing them in 12 chants, which answered the annual course of the sun through the 12 months. The whole story is essentially an account of his struggles with Ishtar, and the first pages reveal him as already at issue with the goddess. His portrait, such as the monuments have preserved it for us, is singularly unlike the ordinary type: one would be inclined to regard it as representing an individual of a different race, survival of some very ancient nation which had held rule on the plains of the Euphrates before the arrival of the Sumerian or Semitic tribes. His figure is tall, broad, muscular to an astonishing degree, and expresses at once vigour and activity. His head is massive, bony, almost square, with a somewhat flattened face, a large nose, and prominent cheek bones, the whole framed by an abundance of hair, and a thick beard symmetrically curled. All the young men of Uruk, the well protected, were captivated by the prodigious strength and beauty of the hero. The elders of the city betook themselves to Ishtar to complain of the state of neglect to which the young generation had relegated them. "He has no longer a rival in their hearts, but thy subjects are led to battle, and Gilgames does not send one child back to his father. Night and day they cry after him: 'It is he, the shepherd of Uruk, the well protected; he is its shepherd and master, he the powerful, the perfect, and the wise.'" Even the women did not escape the general enthusiasm. "He leaves not a single virgin to her mother, a single daughter to a warrior, a single wife to her master." Ishtar heard their complaint, the gods heard it, and cried with a loud voice to Aruru: "It is thou, Aruru, who hast given him birth: create for him now his fellow, that he may be able to meet him on a day when it pleaseth him, in order that they may fight with each other, and Uruk may be delivered." When Aruru heard them, she created in her heart a man of Anu. Aruru washed her hands, took a bit of clay, cast it upon the earth, kneaded it, and created Babani, the warrior, the exalted scion, the man of Nanib, whose whole body is covered with hair, whose tresses are as long as those of a woman. The locks of his hair bristle on his head like those on the corn god. He is clad in a vestment like that of the god of the fields; he browses with the gazelles, he quenches his thirst with the beasts of the field, he sports with the beasts of the waters. Frequent representations of Eabani are found upon the monuments. He has the horns of a goat, the legs and tail of a bull. He possessed not only the strength of a brute, but his intelligence also embraced all things, the past and the future. He would probably have triumphed over Gilgames if Shamash had not succeeded in attaching them to one another by an indissoluble tie of friendship. The difficulty was to draw these two future friends together, and to bring them face to face without their coming to blows. The god sent his courier Sadu, the hunter, to study the habits of the monster, and to find out the necessary means to persuade him to come down peaceably to Uruk. Sadu, the hunter, proceeded to meet Eabani near the entrance of the watering place. One day, 2 days, 3 days, Eabani met him at the entrance of the watering place. He perceived Sadu, and his countenance darkened; he entered the enclosure, he became sad, he groaned, he cried with a loud voice, his heart was heavy, his features were distorted, sobs burst from his breast. The hunter saw from a distance that his face was inflamed with anger, and judging it more prudent not to persevere farther in his enterprise, returned to impart to the god what he had observed. "I was afraid," said he, in finishing his narrative, "and I did not approach him. He had filled up the pit which I had dug to trap him, he broke the nets which I had spread, he delivered from my hands the cattle and the beasts of the field, he did not allow me to search the country through." Shamash thought that where the strongest man might fail by the employment of force, a woman might possibly succeed by the attractions of pleasure. He commanded Saidu to go quickly to Uruk and there choose from among the priestesses of Ishtar one of the most beautiful. The hunter presented himself before Gilgamesh, recounted to him his adventures, and sought his permission to take away with him one of the sacred courtesans. "Go, my hunter, take the priestess. When the beasts come to the watering place, let her display her beauty: he will see her, he will approach her, and his beasts that troop around him will be scattered." The hunter went; he took with him the priestess; he took the straight road; the third day they arrived at the fatal plain. The hunter and the priestess sat down to rest; one day, 2 days, they sat at the entrance of the watering place from whose waters Eabani drank along with the animals, where he sported with the beasts of the water. When Eabani arrived, he who dwells in the mountains, and who browses upon the grass like gazelles, who drinks with the animals, who sports with the beasts of the water, the priestess saw the satyr. She was afraid and blushed, but the hunter recalled her to her duty. "It is he, priestess! Undo thy garment, show him thy form, that he may be taken with thy beauty; be not ashamed, but deprive him of his soul. He perceives thee, he is rushing towards thee; arrange thy garment, he is coming upon thee, and receive him with every art of woman. His beasts which troop around him will be scattered, and he will press thee to thy breast." The priestess did as she was commanded; she received him with every art of woman, and he pressed her to his breast. 6 days and 7 nights Eabani remained near the priestess, his well beloved. When he got tired of pleasure he turned his face towards his cattle, and he saw that the gazelles had turned aside and that the beasts of the field had fled far from him. Eabani was alarmed; he fell into a swoon, his knees became stiff because his cattle had fled from him. While he lay as if dead, he heard the voice of the priestess; he recovered his senses, he came to himself full of love, he seated himself at the feet of the priestess, he looked into her face, and while the priestess spoke his ears listened. For it was to him the priestess spoke, to him, Eabani. "Thou who art superb, Eabani, as a god, why dost thou live among the beasts of the field? Come, I will conduct thee to Uruk the well protected, to the glorious house, the dwelling of Anu and Ishtar, to the place where is Gilgamesh, whose strength is supreme, and who, like a Urus, excels the heroes in strength." While she thus spoke to him, he hung upon her words; he, the wise of heart, he realized by anticipation a friend. Eabani said to the priestess: "Let us go, priestess, lead me to the glorious and holy abode of Anu and Ishtar, to the place where is Gilgamesh, whose strength is supreme, and who, like a Urus, prevails over the heroes by his strength. I will fight with him and manifest to him my power; I will send forth a panther against Uruk, and he must struggle with it." The priestess conducted her prisoner to Uruk, but the city at that moment was celebrating the festival of Tammuz, and Gilgamesh did not care to interrupt the solemnities in order to face the task to which Eabani had invited him. What was the use of such trials, since the gods themselves had deigned to point out to him in a dream the line of conduct he was to pursue, and had taken up the cause of their children? Shamash, in fact, began the introduction of the monster, and sketched an alluring picture of the life which awaited him if he would agree not to return to his mountain home. Not only would the priestess belong to him forever, having none other than him for husband, but Gilgamesh would shower upon him riches and honours. "He will give thee wherein to sleep a great bed cunningly wrought; he will seat thee on his divan, he will give thee a place on his left hand, and the princes of the earth shall kiss thy feet, the people of Uruk shall grovel on the ground before thee." It was by such flatteries and promises for the future that Gilgamesh gained the affection of his servant Eabani, whom he loved for ever. End of Part 6. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 7 of History of Egypt, Chaldæa, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 3, by Gaston Maspero. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 1. Ancient Chaldæa, Part 7. Shamash had reasons for being urgent. Kumbaba, king of Elam, had invaded the country of the Euphrates, destroyed the temples, and substituted for the national worship the cult of foreign deities. The two heroes in concert could alone check his advance, and kill him. They collected their troops, set out on the march, having learned from a female magician that the enemy had concealed himself in a sacred grove. They entered it in disguise, and stopped in rapture for a moment before the cedar trees. They contemplated the height of them, they contemplated the thickness of them, the place where Khumbaba was accustomed to walk up and down with rapid strides; alleys were made in it, paths kept up with great care. They saw at length the hill of cedars, the abode of the gods, the sanctuary of Irnini, and before the hill, a magnificent cedar, and pleasant grateful shade. They surprised Khumbaba at the moment when he was about to take his outdoor exercise, cut off his head, and came back in triumph to Uruk. Gilgames brightened his weapons, he polished his weapons, he put aside his war harness, he put on his white garments, he adorned himself with the royal insignia, and bound on the diadem. Gilgames put his tiara on his head, and bound on his diadem. Ishtar saw him thus adorned, and the same passion consumed her which inflames mortals. To the love of Gilgames she raised her eyes, the mighty Ishtar, and she said: "Come, Gilgames, be my husband thou. Thy love, give it to me, as a gift to me, and thou shalt be my spouse, and I shall be thy wife. I will place thee in a chariot of lapis and gold, with golden wheels and mountings of onyx. Thou shalt be drawn in it by great lions, and thou shalt enter our house with the odorous incense of cedar wood. When thou shalt have entered our house, all the country by the sea shall embrace thy feet, kings shall bow down before thee, the nobles and the great ones, the gifts of the mountains and of the plain they will bring to thee as tribute. Thy oxen shall prosper, thy sheep shall be doubly fruitful, thy mules shall spontaneously come under the yoke, thy chariot horse shall be strong and shall gallop, thy bull under the yoke shall have no rival." Gilgames repels this unexpected declaration with a mixed feeling of contempt and apprehension; he abuses the goddess, and insolently questions her as to what has become of her mortal husbands during her long divine life. "Tammuz, the spouse of thy youth, thou hast condemned him to weep from year to year. Nilala, the spotted sparrow hawk, thou lovest him, and afterwards thou didst strike him and break his wing. He continues in the wood, and cries, 'Oh, my wings!' Thou didst afterwards love a lion of mature strength, and then didst cause him to be rent by blows, 7 at a time. Thou lovest also a stallion magnificent in the battle, thou didst devote him to death by the goad and whip, thou didst compel him to gallop for 10 leagues, thou didst devote him to exhaustion and thirst, thou didst devote tears to his mother Silili. Thou didst also love the shepherd Tabulu, who lavished incessantly upon thee the smoke of sacrifices, and daily slaughtered goats to thee. Thou didst strike him and turn him into a leopard; his own servants went in pursuit of him, and his dogs followed his trail. Thou didst love Ishulani, thy father's gardener, who ceaselessly brought thee presents of fruit, and decorated every day thy table. Thou raisest thine eyes to him, thou seizest him, 'My Ishulani, we shall eat melons; then shalt thou stretch forth thy hand and remove that which separates us.' Ishulani said to thee, 'Ay, what dost thou require from me? O my mother, prepare no food for me, I myself will not eat; anything I should eat would be for me a misfortune and a curse, and my body would be stricken by a mortal coldness.' Then thou didst hear him and didst become angry, thou didst strike him, thou didst transform him into a dwarf, thou didst set him up in the middle of a couch, he could not rise up, he could not get down from where he was. Thou lovest me now, afterwards thou wilt strike me as thou didst these." When Ishtar heard him, she fell into a fury, she ascended into heaven. The mighty Ishtar presented herself before her father Anu; before her mother Anatu she presented herself, and said: "My mother, Gilgames has despised me. Gilgames has enumerated my unfaithfulnesses, and my ignominies." Anu opened his mouth and spake to the mighty Ishtar: "Canst thou not remain quiet now that Gilgames has enumerated to thee thy unfaithfulness and ignominies?" But she refused to allow the outrage to go unpunished. She desired her father to make a celestial urus who would execute her vengeance on the hero, and as he hesitated, she threatened to destroy every living thing in the entire universe by suspending the impulses of desire and the effect of love. Anu finally gives way to her rage; he creates a frightful urus, whose ravages soon rendered uninhabitable the neighbourhood of Uruk the well protected. The two heroes, Gilgames and Eabani, touched by the miseries and terror of the people, set out on the chase, and hastened to rouse the beast from its lair on the banks of the Euphrates in the marshes, to which it resorted after each murderous onslaught. A troop of 300 valiant warriors penetrated into the thickets in 3 lines to drive the animal towards the heroes. The beast, with head lowered, charged them, but Eabani seized it with one hand by the right horn, and with the other by the tail, and forced it to rear. Gilgames, at the same instant, seizing it by the leg, plunged his dagger into its heart. The beast being despatched, they celebrated their victory by a sacrifice of thanksgiving, and poured out a libation to Shamash, whose protection had not failed them in this last danger. Ishtar, her pursuits of vengeance having been defeated, ascended the ramparts of Uruk the well protected. She sent forth a loud cry, she hurled forth a malediction: "Cursed be Gilgames, who has insulted me, and who has killed the celestial Urus." Eabani heard these words of Ishtar: he tore a limb from the celestial Urus and threw it in the face of the goddess. "Thou also I will conquer, and I will treat thee like him. I will fasten the curse upon thy sides." Ishtar assembled her priestesses, her female votaries, her frenzied women, and together they intoned a dirge over the limb of the celestial Urus. Gilgames assembled all the turners in ivory, and the workmen were astonished at the enormous size of the horns: they were worth 30 minae of lapis, their diameter was a half cubit, and both of them should contain 6 measures of oil. He dedicated them to Shamash, and suspended them on the corners of the altar; then he washed his hands in the Euphrates, re entered Uruk, and passed through the streets in triumph. A riotous banquet ended the day, but on that very night Eabani felt himself haunted by an inexplicable and baleful dream, and fortune abandoned the two heroes. Gilgames had cried in the intoxication of success to the woman of Uruk: "Who shines forth among the valiant? Who is glorious above all men? Gilgames shines forth among the valiant! Gilgames is glorious above all men!" Ishtar made him feel her vengeance in the destruction of that beauty of which he was so proud: she covered him with leprosy from head to foot, and made him an object of horror to his friends of the previous day. A life of pain and a frightful death, he alone could escape them who dared to go into the confines of the world in quest of the fountain of youth and the tree of life, which were said to be there hidden; but the road was rough, unknown, beset by dangers, and no one of those who had ventured upon it had ever returned. Gilgames resolved to brave every peril rather than submit to his fate, and proposed this fresh adventure to his friend Eabani, who, notwithstanding his sad forebodings, consented to accompany him. They killed a tiger on the way, but Eabani was mortally wounded in a struggle in which they engaged in the neighbourhood of Nippur, and breathed his last after an agony of 12 days' duration. Gilgames wept bitterly over his friend Eabani, grovelling on the bare earth. The selfish fear of death struggled in his spirit with regret at having lost so dear a companion, a tried friend in so many encounters. "I do not wish to die like Eabani. Sorrow has entered my heart, the fear of death has taken possession of me, and I am overcome. But I will go with rapid steps to the strong Shamashnapishtim, son of Ubaratutu, to learn from him how to become immortal." He leaves the plain of the Euphrates, he plunges boldly into the desert, he loses himself for a whole day amid frightful solitudes. "I reached at nightfall a ravine in the mountain, I beheld lions and trembled, but I raised my face toward the moon god, and I prayed. My supplication ascended even to the father of the gods, and he extended over me his protection." A vision from on high revealed to him the road he was to take. With axe and dagger in hand, he reached the entrance of a dark passage leading into the mountains of Mashu, whose gate is guarded day and night by supernatural beings. The Scorpion men, of whom the stature extends upwards as far as the supports of heaven, and of whom the beasts descend as low as Hades, guard the door. The terror which they inspire strikes down like a thunderbolt; their look kills, their splendour confounds and overturns the mountains; they watch over the sun at his rising and setting. Gilgames perceived them, and his features were distorted with fear and horror; their savage appearance disturbed his mind. The Scorpion man said to his wife: "He who comes towards us, his body is marked by the gods." The Scorpion woman replied to him: "In his mind he is a god, in his mortal covering he is a man." The Scorpion man spoke and said: "It is as the father of the gods has commanded, he has travelled over distant regions before joining us, thee and me." Gilgames learns that the guardians are not evilly disposed towards him, and becomes reassured, tells them his misfortunes, and implores permission to pass beyond them, so as to reach Shamashnapishtim, his father, who is translated to the gods, and who has at his disposal both life and death. The Scorpion man in vain shows to him the perils before him, of which the horrible darkness enveloping the Mashu mountains is not the least. Gilgamesh proceeds through the depths of the darkness for long hours, and afterwards comes out in the neighbourhood of a marvellous forest, upon the shores of the ocean which encircles the world. One tree especially excites his wonder. As soon as he sees it, he runs toward it. Its fruits are so many precious stones, its boughs are splendid to look upon, for the branches are weighed down with lapis, and their fruits are superb. When his astonishment had calmed down, Gilgamesh begins to grieve, and to curse the ocean which stays his steps. Sabitu, the virgin who is seated on the throne of the seas, perceiving him from a distance, retires at first to her castle, and barricades herself within it. He calls out to her from the strand, implores her and threatens her in turn, adjures her to help him in his voyage. "If it can be done, I will cross the sea; if it cannot be done, I will lay me down on the land to die." The goddess is at length touched by his tears. "Gilgamesh, there has never been a passage hither; no one from time immemorial has been able to cross the sea. Shamash the valiant crossed the sea; after Shamash, who can cross it? The crossing is troublesome, the way difficult, perilous the water of death, which like a bolt is drawn between thee and thy aim. Even if, Gilgamesh, thou didst cross the sea, what wouldst thou do on arriving at the water of death? Arad Iu, Shamashnapishtim's mariner, can alone bring the enterprise to a happy ending. If it is possible, thou shalt cross the sea with him; if it is not possible, thou shalt retrace thy steps." End of Part 7. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 8 of History of Egypt, Chaldæa, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 3, by Gaston Maspero. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 1. Ancient Chaldæa, Part 8. Arad Ea and the hero took ship. 40 days' tempestuous cruising brought them to the waters of death, which with a supreme effort they passed. Beyond these they rested on their oars and loosed their girdles. The happy island rose up before them, and Shamashnapishtim stood upon the shore, ready to answer the questions of his grandson. None but a god dare enter his mysterious paradise. The bark bearing an ordinary mortal must stop at some distance from the shore, and the conversation is carried on from on board. Gilgamesh narrated once more the story of his life, and makes known the object of his visit. Shamashnapishtim answers him stoically that death follows from an inexorable law, to which it is better to submit with a good grace. However long the time we shall build houses, however long the time we shall put our seal to contracts, however long the time brothers shall quarrel with each other, however long the time there shall be hostility between kings, however long the time rivers shall overflow their banks, we shall not be able to portray any image of death. When the spirits salute a man at his birth, then the genii of the earth, the great gods, Mamitu, the moulder of destinies, all of them together assign a fate to him. They determine for him his life and death, but the day of his death remains unknown to him. Gilgamesh thinks doubtless that his forefather is amusing himself at his expense, in preaching resignation, seeing that he himself had been able to escape this destiny. "I look upon thee, Shamashnapishtim, and thy appearance has not changed. Thou art like me and not different; thou art like me, and I am like thee. Thou wouldst be strong enough of heart to enter upon a combat, to judge by thy appearance. Tell me, then, how thou hast obtained this existence among the gods to which thou hast aspired." Shamashnapishtim yields to his wish, if only to show him how abnormal his own case was, and to indicate the merits which had marked him out for a destiny superior to that of the common herd of humanity. He describes the deluge to him, and relates how he was able to escape from it by the favour of Ea, and how by that of Bel he was made, while living, a member of the army of the gods. "And now," he adds, "as far as thou art concerned, which one of the gods will bestow upon thee the strength to obtain the life which thou seekest? Come, go to sleep. 6 days and 7 nights he is as a man whose strength appears suspended, for sleep has fallen upon him like a blast of wind." Shamashnapishtim spoke to his wife: "Behold this man who asks for life, and upon whom sleep has fallen like a blast of wind." The wife answers Shamashnapishtim, the man of distant lands: "Cast a spell upon him, this man, and he will eat of the magic broth, and the road by which he has come, he will retrace it in health of body, and the great gate through which he has come forth, he will return by it to his own country." Shamashnapishtim spoke to his wife: "The misfortunes of this man distress thee: very well, cook the broth, and place it by his head." And while Gilgames still slept on board his vessel, the material for the broth was gathered. On the second day it was picked, on the third it was steeped, on the fourth Shamashnapishtim prepared his pot, on the fifth he put into it senility, on the sixth the broth was cooked, on the seventh he cast his spell suddenly on his man, and the latter consumed the broth. Then Gilgamesh spoke to Shamashnapishtim, the inhabitant of distant lands: "I hesitated, slumber laid hold of me, thou hast cast a spell upon me, thou hast given me the broth." The effect would not have been lasting, if other ceremonies had not followed in addition to this spell from the sorcerer's kitchen. Gilgamesh, after this preparation, could now land upon the shore of the Happy Island and purify himself there. Shamashnapishtim confided this business to his mariner Arad Ea: "The man whom thou hast brought, his body is covered with ulcers, the leprous scabs have spoiled the beauty of his body. Take him, Arad Ea, lead him to the place of purification, let him wash his ulcers white as snow in the water, let him get rid of his scabs, and let the sea bear them away so that at length his body may appear healthy. He will then change the fillet which binds his brows, and the loincloth which hides his nakedness. Until he returns to his country, until he reaches the end of his journey, let him by no means put off the loincloth, however ragged; then only shall he have always a clean one." Then Arad Ea took him and conducted him to the place of purification; he washed his ulcers white as snow in the water, he got rid of his scabs, and the sea carried them away, so that at length his body appeared healthy. He changed the fillet which bound his brows, the loincloth which hid his nakedness; until he should reach the end of his journey, he was not to put off the loincloth, however ragged; then alone he was to have a clean one. The cure effected, Gilgamesh goes again on board his bark, and returns to the place where Shamashnapishtim was awaiting him. Shamashnapishtim would not send his descendant back to the land of the living without making him a princely present. His wife spoke to him Shamashnapishtim, the inhabitant of distant lands: "Gilgamesh has come, he is comforted, he is cured; what wilt thou give to him, now that he is about to return to his country?" He took the oars, Gilgamesh, he brought the bark near the shore, and Shamashnapishtim spoke to Gilgamesh: "Gilgamesh, thou art going from here comforted; what shall I give thee, now that thou art about to return to thy country? I am about to reveal to thee, Gilgamesh, a secret, and the judgment of the gods I am about to tell it thee. There is a plant similar to the hawthorn in its flower, and whose thorns prick like the viper. If thy hand can lay hold of that plant without being torn, break from it a branch, and bear it with thee, it will secure for thee an eternal youth." Gilgamesh gathers the branch, and in his joy plans with Arad Ea future enterprises. "Arad Ea, this plant is the plant of renovation, by which a man obtains life. I will bear it with me to Uruk the well protected, I will cultivate a bush from it, I will cut some of it, and its name shall be, 'The old man becomes young by it.' I will eat of it, and I shall repossess the vigour of my youth." He reckoned without the gods, whose jealous minds will not allow men to participate in their privilege. The first place on which they set foot on shore, he perceived a well of fresh water, and went down to it, and whilst he was drawing water, a serpent came out of it, and snatched from him the plant; yea, the serpent rushed out and bore away the plant, and while escaping uttered a malediction. That day Gilgamesh sat down, he wept, and his tears streamed down his cheeks; he said to the mariner Arad Ea: "What is the use, Arad Ea, of my renewed strength? What is the use of my heart's rejoicing in my return to life? It is not myself I have served, it is this earthly lion I have served. Hardly 20 leagues on the road, and he for himself alone has already taken possession of the plant. As I opened the well, the plant was lost to me, and the genius of the fountain took possession of it. Who am I that I should tear it from him?" He re embarks in sadness, he re enters Uruk the well protected, and at length begins to think of celebrating the funeral solemnities of Eabani, to whom he was not able to show respect at the time of his death. He supervises them, fulfils the rites, intones the final chant: "The temples, thou shalt enter them no more; the white vestments, thou shalt no longer put them on; the sweet smelling ointments, thou shalt no longer anoint thyself with them to envelop thee with their perfume; thou shalt no longer press thy bow to the ground to bend it, but those that the bow has wounded shall surround thee. Thou no longer holdest thy sceptre in thy hand, but sceptres fascinate thee. No longer adornest thy feet with wings, no longer givest forth a sound upon the earth. Thy wife, whom thou lovest, thou embracest her no more; thy wife, whom thou hatest, thou beatest her no more. Thy daughter, whom thou lovest, thou embracest her no more; thy daughter, whom thou hatest, thou beatest her no more. The resounding earth lies heavy upon thee, she who is dark, she who is dark. Tijinazu the mother, she who is dark, whose side is not veiled with splendid vestments, whose bosom, like a new-born animal, is not covered. Eabani has descended from the earth to Hades. It is not the messenger of Nergal the implacable who has snatched him away. It is not the plague which has carried him off. It is not consumption that has carried him off. It is the earth which has carried him off. It is not the field of battle which has carried him off. It is the earth which has carried him off. Gilgamesh dragged himself along from temple to temple, repeating his complaint before Bel and before Sin, and at length threw himself at the feet of the god of the dead, Nergal. "Burst open the sepulchre cavern, open the ground, that the spirit of Eabani may issue from the soil like a blast of wind." As soon as Nergal the valiant heard him, he burst open the sepulchral vault, he opened the earth, he caused the spirit of Eabani to issue from the earth like a blast of wind. Gilgamesh interrogates him, and asked him with anxiety what the state of the dead may be. Tell, my friend, open the earth, and what thou seest, tell it." "I cannot tell thee, my friend, I cannot tell it thee. If I should open the earth before thee, if I were to tell thee that which I have seen, terror would overthrow thee, thou wouldst faint away, thou wouldst weep." "Terror will overthrow me, I shall faint away, I shall weep, but tell it to me." And the ghost depicts for him the sorrows of the abode and the miseries of the shades. Those only enjoy some happiness who have fallen with arms in their hands, and who have been solemnly buried after the fight. The manes neglected by their relatives succumb to hunger and thirst. On a sleeping couch he lies, drinking pure water, he who has been killed in battle. "Thou hast seen him?" "I have seen him, his father and his mother support his head, and his wife bends over him wailing." "But he whose body remains forgotten in the fields, thou hast seen him?" "I have seen him, his soul has no rest at all in the earth." "He whose soul no one cares for, thou hast seen him?" "I have seen him, the dregs of the cup, the remains of the repast, that which is thrown among the refuse of the street, that is what he has to nourish him." This poem did not proceed in its entirety, or at any one time, from the imagination of a single individual. Each episode of it answers to some separate legend concerning Gilgamesh, or the origin of Uruk the Well Protected; the greater part preserves under a later form an air of extreme antiquity, and, if the events dealt with have not a precise bearing on the life of a king, they paint in a lively way the vicissitudes of the life of the people. These lions, leopards, or gigantic uruses with which Gilgamesh and his faithful Eabani carry on so fierce a warfare, are not, as is sometimes said, mythological animals. End of Part 8. Read by Professor Heather Mbai. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 9 of History of Egypt, Chaldæa, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 3, by Gaston Maspero. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 1. Ancient Chaldæa, Part 9. Similar monsters, it was believed, appeared from time to time in the marshes of Chaldæa, and gave proof of their existence to the inhabitants of neighbouring villages by such ravages as real lions and tigers commit in India or the Sahara. It was the duty of chiefs on the borderlands of the Euphrates, as on the banks of the Nile, as among all peoples still sunk in semi barbarism, to go forth to the attack of these beasts single handed, and to sacrifice themselves one after the other, until one of them more fortunate or stronger than the rest should triumph over these mischievous brutes. The kings of Babylon and Nineveh in later times converted into a pleasure that which had been an official duty of their early predecessors. Gilgamesh had not yet arrived at that stage, and the seriousness, not to speak of the fear, with which he entered on the fight with such beasts, is an evidence of the early date of the portions of history which are concerned with his hunting exploits. The scenes are represented on the seals of princes who reigned prior to the year 3000 B.C., and the work of the ancient engraver harmonizes so perfectly with the description of the comparatively modern scribe, that it seems like an anticipated illustration of the latter, The engravings represent so persistently, and with so little variation, the images of the monsters, and those of Gilgames and his faithful Eabani, that the corresponding episodes in the poem must have already existed as we know them, if not in form, at least in their main drift. Other portions of the poem are more recent, and it would seem that the expedition against Khumbaba contains allusions to the Elamite invasions from which Chaldæa had suffered so much towards the 20th century before our era. The traditions which we possess of the times following the Deluge, embody, like the adventures of Gilgames, very ancient elements, which the scribes or narrators wove together in a more or less skilful manner around the name of some king or divinity. The fabulous chronicle of the cities of the Euphrates existed, therefore, in a piecemeal condition, in the memory of the people or in the books of the priests, before even their primitive history began. The learned who collected it later on had only to select some of the materials with which it furnished them, in order to form out of them a connected narrative, in which the earliest ages were distinguished from the most recent only in the assumption of more frequent and more direct interpositions of the powers of heaven in the affairs of men. Every city had naturally its own version, in which its own protecting deities, its heroes and princes, played the most important parts. That of Babylon threw all the rest into the shade, not that it was superior to them, but because this city had speedily become strong enough to assert its political supremacy over the whole region of the Euphrates. Its scribes were accustomed to see their master treat the lords of other towns as subjects or vassals. They fancied that this must have always been the case, and that from its origin Babylon had been recognized as the queen city to which its contemporaries rendered homage. They made its individual annals the framework for the history of the entire country, and from the succession of its princely families on the throne, diverse as they were in origin, they constructed a complete canon of the kings of Chaldæa. But the manner of grouping the names and of dividing the dynasties varied according to the period in which the lists were drawn up, and at the present time we are in possession of at least two systems, which the Babylonian historians attempted to construct. Berossus, who communicated one of them to the Greeks about the beginning of the 2nd century B.C., would not admit more than 8 dynasties in the period of 36,000 years between the Deluge and the Persian invasion. The lists, which he had copied from originals in the cuneiform character, have suffered severely at the hands of his abbreviators, who omitted the majority of the names which seemed to them very barbarous in form, while those who copied these abbreviated lists have made such further havoc with them that they are now for the most part unintelligible. Modern criticism has frequently attempted to restore them, with varying results; the reconstruction here given, which passes for the most probable, is not equally certain in all its parts. It was not without reason that Berossus and his authorities had put the sum total of reigns at 36,000 years. This number falls in with a certain astrological period, during which the gods had granted to the Chaldaeans glory, prosperity, and independence, and whose termination coincided with the capture of Babylon by Cyrus. Others before them had employed the same artifice, but they reckoned 10 dynasties in the place of the 8 accepted by Berossus. Attempts have been made to bring the two lists into harmony, with varying results: in my opinion, a waste of time and labour. For even comparatively recent periods of their history, the Chaldaeans, like the Egyptians, had to depend upon a collection of certain abbreviated, incoherent, and often contradictory documents, from which they found it difficult to make a choice. They could not, therefore, always come to an agreement when they wished to determine how many dynasties had succeeded each other during those doubtful epochs, how many kings were included in each dynasty, and what length of reigns was to be assigned to each king. We do not know the motives which influenced Berossus in his preference of one tradition over others. Perhaps he had no choice in the matter, and that of which he constituted himself the interpreter was the only one which was then known. In any case, the tradition he followed forms a system which we cannot modify without misinterpreting the intentions of those who drew it up, or who have handed it down to us. We must accept or reject it just as it is, in its entirety and without alteration. To attempt to adapt it to the testimony of the monuments would be equivalent to the creation of a new system, and not to the correction simply of the old one. The right course is to put it aside for the moment, and confine ourselves to the original lists whose fragments have come down to us. They do not furnish us, it is true, with a history of Chaldæa such as it unfolded itself from age to age, but they teach us what the later Chaldaeans knew, or thought they knew, of that history. Still, it is wise to treat them with some reserve, and not to forget that if they agree with each other in the main, they differ frequently in details. Thus the small dynasties, which are called the sixth and seventh, include the same number of kings on both the tablets which establish their existence, but the number of years assigned to the names of the kings, and the total years of each dynasty, vary a little from one another. Is the difference in the calculations the fault of the scribes, who, in mechanically copying and recopying, ended by fatally altering the figures? Or is it to be explained by some circumstance of which we are ignorant, an association on the throne, of which the duration is at one time neglected with regard to one of the co regents, and at another time with regard to the other? Or was it owing to a question of legitimacy, by which, according to the decision arrived at, a reign was prolonged or abbreviated? Contemporaneous monuments will some day, perhaps, enable us to solve the problem which the later Chaldaeans did not succeed in clearing up. While awaiting the means to restore a rigorously exact chronology, we must be content with the approximate information furnished by the tablets as to the succession of the Babylonian kings. End of Part 9. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 10 of History of Egypt, Chaldæa, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 3, by Gaston Maspero. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 1. Ancient Chaldæa, Part 10. Actual history occupied but a small space in the lists, barely 20 centuries out of a whole of 360. Beyond the historic period the imagination was given a free rein, and the few facts which were known disappeared almost completely under the accumulation of mythical narratives and popular stories. It was not that the documents were entirely wanting, for the Chaldaeans took a great interest in their past history, and made a diligent search for any memorials of it. Each time they succeeded in disinterring an inscription from the ruins of a town, they were accustomed to make several copies of it, and to deposit them among the archives, where they would be open to the examination of their archaeologists. When a prince undertook the rebuilding of a temple, he always made excavations under the first courses of the ancient structure, in order to recover the documents which preserved the memory of its foundation. If he discovered them, he recorded on the new cylinders, in which he boasted of his own work, the name of the first builder, and sometimes the number of years which had elapsed since its erection. We act in a similar way to day, and our excavations, like those of the Chaldaeans, end in singularly disconnected results. The materials which the earth yields for the reconstruction of the first centuries consists almost entirely of mutilated records of local dynasties, isolated names of sovereigns, dedications of temples to gods, on sites no longer identifiable, of whose nature we know nothing, and too brief allusions to conquests or victories over vaguely designated nations. The population was dense and active in the plains of the lower Euphrates. The cities in this region formed at their origin so many individual, and for the most part petty states, whose kings and patron gods claimed to be independent of all the neighbouring kings and gods. One city, one god, one lord: this was the rule here as in the ancient feudal districts from which the nomes of Egypt arose. The strongest of these principalities imposed its laws upon the weakest. Formed into unions of 2 or 3 under a single ruler, they came to constitute a dozen kingdoms of almost equal strength on the banks of the Euphrates. On the north we are acquainted with those of Agade, Babylon, Kuta, Karsag Kalama, and that of Kishu, which comprised a part of Mesopotamia and possibly the distant fortress of Haran. Petty as these states were, their rulers attempted to conceal their weakness by assuming such titles as kings of the 4 houses of the world, kings of the universe, kings of Shumur and Akkad. Northern Babylonia seems to have possessed a supremacy amongst them. We are probably wise in not giving too much credit to the fragmentary tablet which assigns to it a dynasty of kings, of which we have no confirmatory information from other sources: Amilgula, Shamash Nazir, Amil-Sin, and several others. This list, however, places among these phantom rulers one individual at least, Shargina Sharukin, who has left us material evidence of his existence. This Sargon the Elder, whose complete name is Shargani Shar Ali, was the son of a certain Ittibel, who does not appear to have been king. At first his possessions were confined to the city of Agade and some undetermined portions of the environs of Babylon, but he soon succeeded in annexing Babylon itself, Sippara, Kishu, Uruk, Kutu, and Nippur. The contemporary records attest his conquest of Elam, Guti, and even of the far off land of Syria, which was already known to him under the name of Amurru. His activity as a builder was in no way behind his warlike zeal. He built Ekur, the sanctuary of Bel in Nippur, and the great temple Eulber in Agade, in honour of Anunit, the goddess presiding over the morning star. He erected in Babylon a palace which afterwards became a royal burying place. He founded a new capital, a city which he peopled with families brought from Kishu and Babylon. For a long time after his day it bore the name which he bestowed upon it, Dur Sharrukin. This sums up all the positive knowledge we have about him, and the later Chaldaeans seem not to have been much better informed than ourselves. They filled up the lacuna of his history with legends. As he seemed to them to have appeared suddenly on the scene, without any apparent connection with the king who preceded him, they assumed that he was a usurper of unknown origin, irregularly introduced by the favour of the gods into the lawful series of kings. An inscription engraved, it was said, on one of his statues, and afterwards, in the 7th century B.C., copied and deposited in the library of Nineveh, related at length the circumstances of his mysterious birth. Sharrukin, the mighty king, the king of Agade, am I. My mother was a princess, my father I did not know him, the brother of my father lived in the mountains. My town was Azupirani, which is situated on the bank of the Euphrates. My mother, the princess, conceived me, and secretly gave birth to me. She placed me in a basket of reeds, she shut up the mouth of it with bitumen, she abandoned me to the river, which did not overwhelm me. The river bore me, it brought me to Aki, the drawer of water. Aki, the drawer of water, received me in the goodness of his heart. Aki, the drawer of water, made me a gardener. As gardener, the goddess Ishtar loved me, and during 44 years I held royal sway. I commanded the black heads, and ruled them. This is no unusual origin for the founders of empires and dynasties: witness the cases of Cyrus and Bomulus. Sargon, like Moses and many other heroes of history or fable, is exposed to the waters. He owes his safety to a poor fellah who works his shadoof on the banks of the Euphrates to water the fields, and he passes his infancy in obscurity if not in misery. Having reached the age of manhood, Ishtar falls in love with him as she did with his fellow craftsman, the gardener Ishulanu, and he becomes king, we know not by what means. The same inscription which reveals the romance of his youth, recounts the successes of his manhood, and boasts of the uniformly victorious issue of his warlike exploits. Owing to lacuna, the end of the account is in the main wanting, and we are thus prevented from following the development of his career, but other documents come to the rescue and claim to furnish its most important vicissitudes. He had reduced the cities of the lower Euphrates, the island of Dilmun, Dirilu, Elam, the country of Kazala; he had invaded Syria, conquered Phoenicia, crossed the arm of the sea which separates Cyprus from the coast, and only returned to his palace after an absence of 3 years, and after having erected his statues on the Syrian coast. He had hardly settled down to rest when a rebellion broke out suddenly. The chiefs of Chaldæa formed a league against him, and blockaded him in Agade. Ishtar, exceptionally faithful to the end, obtains for him the victory, and he comes out of a crisis, in which he might have been utterly ruined, with a more secure position than ever. All these events are regarded as having occurred sometime about 3800 B.C., at a period when the 6th dynasty was flourishing in Egypt. Some of them have been proved to be true by recent discoveries, and the rest are not at all improbable in themselves, though the work in which they are recorded is a later astrological treatise. The writer was anxious to prove, by examples drawn from the chronicles, the use of portents of victory or defeat, of civic peace or rebellion, portents which he deduced from the configuration of the heavens on the various days of the month. By going back as far as Sargon of Agade for his instances, he must have at once increased the respect for himself on account of his knowledge of antiquity, and the difficulty which the common herd must have felt in verifying his assertions. His zeal in collecting examples was probably stimulated by the fact that some of the exploits which he attributes to the ancient Sargon had been recently accomplished by a king of the same name. The brilliant career of Sargon of Agade would seem to have been in his estimation something like an anticipation of the still more glorious life of the Sargon of Nineveh. What better proof of the high veneration in which the learned men of Assyria held the memory of the ancient Chaldaean conqueror? Naram-Sin, who succeeded Sargon about 3750 B.C., inherited his authority, and to some extent his renown. The astrological tablets assert that he attacked the city of Apurek, on the borders of Elam, killed the king, Rish Ramon, and led the whole people away into slavery. He conquered at least part, if not the whole, of Elam, and one of the few monuments which have come down to us was raised at Sippara in commemoration of his prowess against the mountaineers of the Zagros. He is represented on it overpowering their chief; his warriors follow after him and charge up the hill, carrying everything before their steady onslaught. Another of his warlike expeditions is said to have had as its field of operations a district of Magan, which, in the view of the writer, undoubtedly represented the Sinaitic peninsula and perhaps Egypt. This expedition against Magan no doubt took place, and one of the few monuments of Naram-Sin which have reached us refers to it. Other inscriptions tell us incidentally that Naram-Sin reigned over the four houses of the world, Babylon, Sippara, Nippur, and Lagash. Like his father, he had worked at the building of the Ekur of Nippur and the Bulbar of Agade. He erected, moreover, at his own cost, the temple of the sun at Sippara. The latter passed through many and varied vicissitudes. Restored, enlarged, ruined on several occasions, the date of its construction and the name of its founder were lost in the course of ages. End of Part 10. Read by Professor Heather Mbai. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 11 of History of Egypt, Chaldæa, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 3, by Gaston Maspero. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 1. Ancient Chaldæa, Part 11. The last independent king of Babylon, Nabonidus, at length discovered the cylinders in which Naram-Sin, son of Sargon, had signified to posterity all that he had done towards the erection of a temple worthy of the deity to the god of Sippara. For 3,200 years, not one of the kings had been able to find them. We have no means of judging what these edifices were like for which the Chaldeans themselves showed such veneration: they have entirely disappeared, or if anything remains of them, the excavations hitherto carried out have not revealed it. Many small objects, however, which have accidentally escaped destruction, give us a fair idea of the artists who lived in Babylon at this time, and of their skill in handling the graving tool and chisel. An alabaster vase with the name of Naram-Sin, and a mace head of exquisitely veined marble, dedicated by Shargani Shar Ali to the sun god of Sippara, are valued only on account of the beauty of the material and the rarity of the inscription. But a porphyry cylinder, which belonged to Ibnashar, scribe of the above-named Shargani, must be ranked among the masterpieces of Oriental engraving. It represents the hero Gilgamesh, kneeling and holding with both hands a spherically shaped vase, from which flow two copious jets forming a stream running through the country. An ox, armed with a pair of gigantic crescent-shaped horns, throws back its head to catch one of the jets as it falls. Everything in this little specimen is equally worthy of admiration: the purity of outline, the skilful and delicate cutting of the intaglio, the fidelity of the action, and the accuracy of form. A fragment of a bas-relief of the reign of Naram-Sin shows that the sculptors were not a bit behind the engravers of gems. This consists now only of a single figure, a god, who is standing on the right, wearing a conical head-dress and clothed in a hairy garment, which leaves his right arm free. The legs are wanting, the left arm and hair are for the most part broken away, while the features have also suffered. Its distinguishing characteristic is a subtlety of workmanship which is lacking in the artistic products of a later age. The outline stands out from the background with a rare delicacy, the details of the muscles being in no sense exaggerated. Were it not for the costume and pointed beard, one would fancy it a specimen of Egyptian work of the best Memphite period. Did Sargon and Naram-Sin live at so early a date as that assigned to them by Nabonidus? The scribes who assisted the kings of the second Babylonian empire in their archaeological researches had perhaps insufficient reasons for placing the date of these kings so far back in the misty past: should evidence of a serious character constrain us to attribute them to a later origin, we ought not to be surprised. In the meantime our best course is to accept the opinion of the Chaldaeans, and to leave Sargon and Naram-Sin in the century assigned them by Nabonidus, although from this point they look down as from a high eminence upon all the rest of Chaldaean antiquity. Excavations have brought to light several personages of a similar date, whether a little earlier or a little later: Bingali Sharli, Man ish Turba, and especially Alusharshid, who lived at Kishu and Nippur, and gained victories over Elam. After this glimpse of light on these shadowy kings darkness once more closes in upon us, and conceals from us the majority of the sovereigns who ruled afterwards in Babylon. The facts and names which can be referred with certainty to the following centuries belong not to Babylon, but to the southern states, Lagash, Uruk, Uru, Nishin, and Larsam. The national writers had neglected these principalities; we possess neither a resume of their chronicles nor a list of their dynasties, and the inscriptions which speak of their city gods and princes are still very rare. Lagash, as far as our evidence goes, was perhaps the most illustrious of all these cities. It occupied the heart of the country, and its site covered both sides of the Shatt el Hai; the Tigris separated it on the east from Anshan, the westernmost of the Elamite districts, with which it carried on a perpetual frontier war. All parts of the country were not equally fertile; the fruitful and well cultivated district in the neighbourhood of the Shatt el Hai gave place to impoverished lands, ending to the eastward finally in swampy marshes, which with great difficulty furnished means of sustenance to a poor and thinly scattered population of fisher folk. The capital, built on the left bank of the river, stretched out to the north east and south west a distance of some 5 miles. It was not so much a city as an agglomeration of large villages, each grouped around a temple or palace: Uruazaga, Gishgila, Girsu, Nina, and Lagash, which latter imposed its name upon the whole. A branch of the river Shatt el Hai protected it on the south, and supplied the village of Nina with water. No trace of an enclosing wall has been found, and the temples and palaces seem to have served as refuges in case of attack. It had as its arms, or totem, a double headed eagle standing on a lion passant, or on 2 demi lions placed back to back. Its chief god was called Ningirsu, that is, the lord of Girsu, where his temple stood; his companion Bau, and his associates Ninagal, Inanna, and Ninsia, were the deities of the other divisions of the city. The princes were first called kings, but afterwards viceregents, patesi, when they came under the suzerainty of a more powerful king, the king of Uruk or of Babylon. The earlier history of this remarkable town is made up of the scanty memoirs of its rulers, together with those of the princes of Gishban, the land of the bow, of which Inshan seems to have been the principal town. A very ancient document states, that at the instigation of Enlil, the god of Nippur, the local deities, Ningirsu and Kirsig, set up a boundary between the 2 cities. In the course of time, Meshilim, a king of Kishu, which before the rise of Agade was the chief town in those parts, extended his dominion over Lagash and erected his stele at its border. Ush, vice-regent of Gishban, however, removed it, and had to suffer defeat before he would recognize the new order of things. After the lapse of some years, of which we possess no records, we find the mention of a certain Urukagina, who assumes the title of king; he restored or enlarged several temples, and dug the canal which supplied the town of Nina with water. A few generations later we find the ruling authority in the hands of a certain Urnina, whose father Ninigaldan and grandfather Gershur received no titles, a fact which proves that they could not have been reigning sovereigns. Urnina appears to have been of a peaceful and devout disposition, as the inscriptions contain frequent references to the edifices he had erected in honour of the gods, the sacred objects he had dedicated to them, and the timber for building purposes which he had brought from Magan, but there is no mention in them of any war. His son Ukurgal was also a builder of temples, but his grandson Idin Guranagin, who succeeded Ukurgal, was a warlike and combative prince. It seems probable that, about that time, the kingdom of Gishban had become a really powerful state. It had triumphed not only over Babylonia proper, but over Kish, Uru, Uruk, and Larsam, while one of its sovereigns had actually established his rule in some parts of northern Syria. Idin Guranagin vanquished the troops of Gishban, and there is now in the Louvre a trophy which he dedicated in the temple of Ningirsu on his return from the campaign. The design and execution of these scenes are singularly rude: men and beasts, indeed all the figures, have exaggerated proportions, uncouth forms, awkward positions, and an uncertain and heavy gait. The war ended in a treaty concluded with Anakali, vicegerent of Gishban, by which Lagash obtained considerable advantages. Idin Guranagin placed the stele of Mishillim, overthrown by one of Enagali's predecessors, and dug a ditch from the Euphrates to the provinces of Guldan to serve henceforth as a boundary. He further levied a tribute of corn for the benefit of the goddess Nina and her consort Ningirsu, and applied the spoils of the campaign to the building of new sanctuaries for the patron gods of his city. His reign was, on the whole, a glorious and successful one. He conquered the mountain district of Elam, rescued Uruk and Uru, which had both fallen into the hands of the people of Gishban, organized an expedition against the town of Az and killed its vicegerent, in addition to which he burnt Arsua, and devastated the district of Meshimi. He next directed an attack against Zurun, king of Edban, and by vanquishing this prince on the field of battle, he extended his dominion over nearly the whole of Babylonia. The prosperity of his dynasty was subjected to numerous and strange vicissitudes. Whether it was that its resources were too feeble to stand the exigencies and strain of war for any length of time, or that intestine strife had been the chief cause of its decline, we cannot say. Its kings married many wives and became surrounded with a numerous progeny: Urnina had at least 4 sons. They often entrusted to their children or their sons in law the government of the small towns, which together made up the city: these represented so many temporary fiefs, of which the holders were distinguished by the title of vicegerents. This dismemberment of the supreme authority in the interest of princes, who believed for the most part that they had stronger claims to the throne than its occupant, was attended with dangers to peace and to the permanence of the dynasty. The texts furnish us with evidence of the existence of at least half a dozen descendants of Urkrugal: Enannatumma I., Entemena, his grandson, Enannatumma II., all of which seem to have been vigorous rulers who energetically maintained the supremacy of their city over the neighbouring estates. Enannatumma I., however, proved no match in the end against Urlama, the vicegerent of Gishban, and lost part at least of the territory acquired by Idin Guranadin; but his son Entemena defeated Urlama on the banks of the Lama Sirta canal, and having killed or deposed him, gave the vicegerency of Gishban to a certain He, priest of Ninub, who remained his loyal vassal to the end of his days. With his aid Entemena restored the stelae and walls which had been destroyed during the war; he also cleared out the old canals and dug new ones, the most important of which was apparently an arm of the Shatt el Hai, and ran from the Euphrates to the Tigris, through the very centre of the domains of Girsu. End of Part 11. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 12 of History of Egypt, Chaldæa, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 3, by Gaston Maspero. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 1. Ancient Chaldæa, Part 12. Other kings and vicegerents of doubtful sequence were followed lastly by Urbau and his son Gudea. These were all piously devoted to Ningirsu in general, and in particular to the patron of their choice from among the divinities of the country, Papsukal, Dinzarana, and Ninagal. They restored and enriched the temples of these gods; they dedicated to them statues or oblation vases for the welfare of themselves and their families. It would seem, if we are to trust the accounts which they give of themselves, that their lives were passed in profound peace, without other care than that of fulfilling their duties to heaven and its ministers. Their actual condition, if we could examine it, would doubtless appear less agreeable and especially less equable. Revolutions in the palace would not be wanting, nor struggles with the other peoples of Chaldæa, with Susiana and even more distant nations. When Agade rose into power in northern Babylonia, they fell under its rule, and one of them, Lugal Ushamgal, acknowledged himself a dependent of Sargon. On the decline of Agade, and when that city was superseded by Uru in the hegemony of Babylonia proper, the viceregents of Lagash were transferred with the other great towns to the jurisdiction of Uru, and flourished under the supremacy of the new dynasty. Gudea, son of Urbau, who, if not the most powerful of its princes, is at least the sovereign of whom we possess the greatest number of monuments, captured the town of Anshan in Elam, and this is probably not the only campaign in which he took part, for he speaks of his success in an incidental manner, as if he were in a hurry to pass to more interesting subjects. That which seemed to him important in his reign, and which especially called forth the recognition of posterity, was the number of his pious foundations, distinguished as they were by beauty and magnificence. The gods themselves had inspired him in his devout undertakings, and had even revealed to him the plans which he was to carry out. An old man of venerable aspect appeared to him in a vision, and commanded him to build a temple. As he did not know with whom he had to do, Nina, his mother, informed him that it was his brother, the god Ningirsu. This having been made clear, a young woman, furnished with style and writing tablet, was presented to him, Nisaba, the sister of Nina; she made a drawing in his presence, and put before him the complete model of a building. He set to work on it con amore, and sent for materials to the most distant countries, to Magan, Amanus, the Lebanon, and into the mountains which separate the valley of the upper Tigris from that of the Euphrates. The sanctuaries which he decorated, and of which he felt so proud, are to day mere heaps of bricks, now returned to their original clay, but many of the objects which he placed in them, and especially the statues, have traversed the centuries without serious damage before finding a resting place in the Louvre. The sculptors of Lagash, after the time of Idin-Garanagin, had been instructed in a good school, and had learned their business. Their bas reliefs are not so good as those of Naramsin; the execution of them is not so refined, the drawing less delicate, and the modelling of the parts not so well thought out. A good illustration of their work is the fragment of a square stele which represents a scene of offering or sacrifice. We see in the lower part the picture of a female singer, who is accompanied by a musician, playing on a lyre ornamented with the head of an ox, and a bull in the act of walking. In the upper part an individual advances, clad in a fringed mantle, and bearing in his right hand a kind of round paten, and in his left a short staff. An acolyte follows him, his arms brought up to his breast, while another individual marks, by clapping his hands, the rhythm of the ode which a singer like the one below is reciting. The fragment is much abraded, and its details, not being clearly exhibited, have rather to be guessed at; but the defaced aspect which time has produced is of some service to it, since it conceals in some respects the rudeness of its workmanship. The statues, on the other hand, bear evidence of a precision of chiselling and a skill beyond question. Not that there are no faults to be found in the work: they are squat, thick, and heavy in form, and seem oppressed by the weight of the woollen covering with which the Chaldaeans enveloped themselves; when viewed closely, they excite at once the wonder and repulsion of an eye accustomed to the delicate grace, and at times somewhat slender form, which usually characterized the good statues of the ancient and middle empire of Egypt. But when we have got over the effect of first impressions, we can but admire the audacity with which the artist attacked their material. This is of hard dolerite, offering great resistance to the tool, harder perhaps than the diorite out of which the Memphite sculptor had to cut his Khephren. They succeeded in mastering it, and in handling it as freely as if it were a block of limestone or marble. The surface of the breast and back, the muscular development of the shoulders and arms, the details of the hands and feet, all the nude portions, are treated at once with a boldness and attention to minutiae rarely met with in similar works. The pose is lacking variety; the individual, whether male or female, is sometimes represented standing and sometimes sitting on a low seat, the legs brought together, the bust rising squarely from the hips, the hands crossed upon the breast, in a posture of submission or respectful adoration. The mantle passes over the left shoulder, leaving the right free, and is fastened on the right breast, the drapery displaying awkward and inartistic folds; the latter widens in the form of a funnel from top to bottom, being bell shaped around the lower part of the body, and barely leaves the ankles exposed. All the large statues to be seen at the Louvre have lost their heads; fortunately we possess a few separate heads. Some are completely shaven, others wear a kind of turban affording shade to the forehead and eyes, among them all we see the same qualities and defects which we find in the bodies: a hardness of expression, heaviness, absence of vivacity, and yet withal a vigour of reproduction and an accurate knowledge of human anatomy. These are instances of what could be accomplished in a city of secondary rank; better things were doubtless produced in the great cities, such as Uru and Babylon. Chaldaean art, as we are able to catch a glimpse of it in the monuments of Lagash, had neither the litheness, nor animation, nor elegance of the Egyptian, but it was nevertheless not lacking in force, breadth, and originality. Urningirsu succeeded his father Gudea, to be followed rapidly by several successive vicegerents, ending, it would appear, in Galalama. Their inscriptions are short and insignificant, and show that they did not enjoy the same resources or the same favour which enabled Gudea to reign gloriously. The prosperity of Lagash decreased steadily under their administration, and they were all the humble vassals of the king of Uru, Dungi, son of Urba, a fact which tends to make us regard Urba as having been the suzerain upon whom Gudea himself was dependent. Uru, the only city among those of Lower Chaldaea which stands on the right bank of the Euphrates, was a small but strong place, and favourably situated for becoming one of the commercial and industrial centres in these distant ages. The Wadi Umin, not far distant, brought to it the riches of central and southern Arabia: gold, precious stones, gums, and odoriferous resins for the exigencies of worship. Another route, marked out by wells, traversed the desert to the land of the semi fabulous Mashu, and from thence perhaps penetrated as far as southern Syria and the Sinaitic peninsula, Magan and Milukhah on the shores of the Red Sea. This was not the easiest, but it was the most direct route for those bound for Africa, and products of Egypt were no doubt carried along it in order to reach, in the shortest time, the markets of Uru. The Euphrates now runs nearly 5 miles to the north of the town, but from the regions bordering the Black Sea. In ancient times it was not so distant, but passed almost by its gates. The cedars, cypresses, and pines of Amasis and the Lebanon, the limestones, marbles, and hard stones of Upper Syria, were brought down to it by boat, and probably also metals, iron, copper, and lead. The Shatt el Hai, moreover, poured its waters into the Euphrates almost opposite the city, and opened up to it commercial relations with the upper and middle Tigris. And this was not all: whilst some of its boatmen used canals and rivers as highways, another section made their way to the waters of the Persian Gulf, and traded with the ports on its coast. Eridu, the only city which could have barred their access to the sea, was a town given up to religion, and existed only for its temples and its gods. It was not long before it fell under the influence of its powerful neighbour, becoming the first port of call for vessels proceeding up the Euphrates. End of Part 12. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 13 of History of Egypt, Chaldæa, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 3, by Gaston Maspero. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 1. Ancient Chaldæa, Part 13. In the time of the Greeks and Romans the Chaldaeans were accustomed to navigate the Tigris, either in round, flat-bottomed boats, of little draught, kufas in fact, or in rafts placed upon inflated skins, exactly similar in appearance and construction to the keleks of our own day. These keleks were as much at home on the sea as upon the river, and they may still be found in the Persian Gulf engaged in the coasting trade. Doubtless many of these were included among the vessels of Uru mentioned in the texts, but there were also among the latter those long, large rowing boats with curved stem and stern, Egyptian in their appearance, which are to be found roughly incised on some ancient cylinders. These primitive fleets were not disposed to risk the navigation of the open sea. They preferred to proceed slowly along the shore, hugging it in all cases, except when it was necessary to reach some group of neighbouring islands. Many days of navigation were thus required to make a passage which one of our smallest sail boats would effect in a few hours, and at the end of their longest voyages they were not very distant from their point of departure. It would be a great mistake to suppose them capable of sailing around Arabia and of fetching blocks of stone by sea from the Sinaitic peninsula. Such an expedition, which would have been dangerous even for Greek or Roman galleys, would have been simply impossible for them. If they ever crossed the Strait of Ormuz, it was an exceptional thing: their ordinary voyages being confined within the limits of the gulf. The merchants of Uru were accustomed to visit regularly the island of Dilmun, the land of Magan, the countries of Milukhkha and Guben; from these places they brought cargoes of diorite for their sculptors, building timber for their architects, perfumes and metals transported from Yemen by land, and possibly pearls from the Bahrain Islands. They encountered serious rivalry from the sailors of Dilmun and Magan, whose maritime tribes were then as now accustomed to scour the seas. The risk was great for those who set out on such expeditions, perhaps never to return, but the profit was considerable. Uru, enriched by its commerce, was soon in a position to subjugate the petty neighbouring states, Uruk, Larsam, Lagash, and Nippur. Its territory formed a fairly extended sovereignty, whose lords entitled themselves kings of Shumir and Akkad, and ruled over all southern Chaldæa for many centuries. Several of these kings, the Lugal Kigub Nidudu and the Lugal Kisalsi, of whom some monuments have been preserved to us, seem to have extended their influence beyond these limits prior to the time of Sargon the Elder, and we can date the earliest of them with tolerable probability. Urbau reigned some time around 2900 B.C. He was an energetic builder, and material traces of his activity are to be found everywhere throughout the country. The temple of the sun at Larsam, the temple of Nina in Uruk, and the temples of Inlala and Ninlala in Nippur were indebted to him for their origin or restoration. He decorated or repaired all structures which were not of his own erection. In Uru itself the sanctuary of the moon god owes its foundation to him, and the fortifications of the city were his work. Dungi, his son, was an indefatigable bricklayer, like his father; he completed the sanctuary of the moon god, and constructed buildings in Uruk, Lagash, and Kutha. There is no indication in the inscriptions of his having been engaged in any civil struggle or in war with a foreign nation. We should make a serious mistake, however, if we concluded from this silence that peace was not disturbed in his time. The tie which bound together the petty states of which Uru was composed was of the slightest. The sovereign could barely claim as his own more than the capital, and the district surrounding it. The other cities recognized his authority, paid him tribute, did homage to him in religious matters, and doubtless rendered him military service also; but each one of them nevertheless maintained its particular constitution and obeyed its hereditary lords. These lords, it is true, lost their title of king, which now belonged exclusively to their suzerain, and each one had to be content in his district with the simple designation of vicegerent; but having once fulfilled their feudal obligations, they had absolute power over their ancient domains, and were able to transmit to their progeny the inheritance they had received from their fathers. Gudea probably, and most certainly his successors, ruled in this way over Lagash, as a fief depending on the crown of Uru. After the manner of the Egyptian barons, the vassals of the kings of Chaldæa submitted to the control of their suzerain without resenting his authority, as long as they felt the curbing influence of a strong hand; but on the least sign of feebleness in their master they reasserted themselves, and endeavoured to recover their independence. A reign of any length was sure to be disturbed by rebellions sometimes difficult to repress: if we are ignorant of any such, it is owing to the fact that inscriptions hitherto discovered are found upon subjects upon which an account of battle would hardly find a fitting place, such as bricks from a temple, votive cones or cylinders of terra cotta, amulets or private seals. We are still in ignorance as to Dungi's successors, and the number of years during which this first dynasty was able to prolong its existence. We can but guess that its empire broke up by disintegration after a period of no long duration. Its cities for the most part became emancipated, and their rulers proclaimed themselves kings once more. We see that the kingdom of Amnanu, for instance, was established on the left bank of the Euphrates, with Uruk as its capital, and that 3 successive sovereigns at least, of whom Singashid seems to have been the most active, were able to hold their own there. Uru had still, however, sufficient prestige and wealth to make it the actual metropolis of the entire country. No one could become the legitimate lord of Shumir and Akkad before he had been solemnly enthroned in the temple at Uru. For many centuries every ambitious kinglet in turn contended for its possession, and made it his residence. The first of these, about 2500 B.C., were the lords of Nishin, Libit Tanunit, Gamiladar, Enedin, Bursin I., and Ismidagin. Afterwards, about 2400 B.C., Gungunum of Nippur made himself master of it. The descendants of Gungunum, amongst others Bursin II., Gimilsin, Inesin, reigned gloriously for a few years. Their records show that they conquered not only a part of Elam, but part of Syria. They were dispossessed in their turn by a family belonging to Larsam, whose two chief representatives, as far as we know, were Nur Amman and his son Sinidinim, about 2300 B.C. Naturally enough, Sinidinim was a builder or repairer of temples, but he added to such work the clearing of the Shatt el Hai and the excavation of a new canal, giving more direct communication between the Shatt and the Tigris, and in thus controlling the water system of the country, became worthy of being considered one of the benefactors of Chaldæa. We have here the mere dust of history, rather than history itself. Here an isolated individual makes his appearance in the record of his name, to vanish when we attempt to lay hold of him; there the stem of a dynasty which breaks abruptly off, pompous preambles, devout formulas, dedications of objects or buildings; here and there the account of some battle, or the indication of some foreign country with which relations of friendship or commerce were maintained: these are the scanty materials out of which to construct a collected narrative. Egypt has not much more to offer us in regard to many of her Pharaohs, but we have, in her case at least, the ascertained framework of her dynasties, in which each fact and each new name falls eventually, and after some uncertainty, into its proper place. The main outlines of the picture are drawn with sufficient exactitude to require no readjustment; the groups are for the most part in their fitting positions; the blank spaces or positions not properly occupied are gradually restricted, and filled in from day to day; the expected moment is in sight when, the arrangement of the whole being accomplished, it will be necessary only to fill in the details. In the case of Chaldæa the framework itself is wanting, and expedients must be resorted to in order to classify the elements entering into its composition. Naram Sin is in his proper place, or nearly so; but as for Gudea, what interval separates him from Naram Sin, and at what distance from Gudea are we to place the kings of Uru? The beginnings of Chaldæa have merely a provisional history; the facts in it are certain, but the connection of the facts with one another is too often a matter of speculation. The arrangement which is put forward at present can be regarded only as probable, but it would be difficult to propose a better, until the excavations have furnished us with fresh material; it must be accepted merely as an attempt, without pledging to it our confidence on the one hand, or regarding it with scepticism on the other. End of Part 13. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 14 of History of Egypt, Chaldæa, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 3, by Gaston Maspero. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 2: The Temples and the Gods of Chaldæa, Part 1. The cities of the Euphrates attract no attention, like those of the Nile, by the magnificence of their ruins, which are witnesses, even after centuries of neglect, to the activity of a powerful and industrious people; on the contrary, they are merely heaps of rubbish in which no architectural outline can be distinguished, mounds of stiff and greyish clay, cracked by the sun, washed into deep crevasses by the rain, and bearing no apparent traces of the handiwork of man. In the estimation of the Chaldaean architects, stone was a material of secondary consideration; as it was necessary to bring it from a great distance and at considerable expense, they used it very sparingly, and then merely for lintels, uprights, thresholds, for hinges on which to hang their doors, for dressings in some of their state apartments, in cornices or sculptured friezes on the external walls of their buildings; and even then its employment suggested rather that of a band of embroidery carefully disposed on some garment, to relieve the plainness of the material. Crude brick, burnt brick, enamelled brick, but always and everywhere brick, was the principal element in their construction. The soil of the marshes or of the plains, separated from the pebbles and foreign substances which it contained, mixed with grass or chopped straw, moistened with water, and assiduously trodden under foot, furnished the ancient builders with materials of incredible tenacity. This was moulded into thin square bricks, 8 inches to a foot across, and 3 to 4 inches thick. but rarely larger. They were stamped on the flat side, by means of an incised wooden block, with the name of the reigning sovereign, and were then dried in the sun. A layer of fine mortar or bitumen was sometimes spread between the courses, or handfuls of reeds would be strewn at intervals between the brickwork to increase the cohesion; more frequently the crude bricks were piled one upon another, and their natural softness and moisture brought about their rapid agglutination. As the building proceeded, the weight of the courses served to increase still further the adherence of the layers; the walls soon became consolidated into a compact mass, in which the horizontal strata were distinguishable only by the varied tints of the clay used to make the different relays of bricks. Monuments constructed of such a plastic material required constant attention and frequent repairs, to keep them in good condition. After a few years of neglect they became quite disfigured; the houses suffered a partial dissolution in every storm; the streets were covered with a coating of fine mud; and the general outline of the buildings and habitations grew blurred and defaced. Whilst in Egypt the main features of the towns are still traceable above ground, and are so well preserved in places that, while excavating them, we are carried away from the present into the world of the past, the Chaldaean cities, on the contrary, are so overthrown and seem to have returned so thoroughly to the dust from which their founders raised them, that the most patient research and the most enlightened imagination can only imperfectly reconstitute their arrangement. The towns were not enclosed within those square or rectangular enclosures with which the engineers of the Pharaohs fortified their strongholds. The ground plan of Uru was an oval; that of Larsam formed almost a circle upon the soil, while Uruk and Eridu resembled in shape a sort of irregular trapezium. The curtain of the citadel looked down on the plain from a great height, so that the defenders were almost out of reach of the arrows or slings of the besiegers. The remains of the ramparts at Uruk at the present day are still 40 to 50 feet high, and 20 or more feet in thickness at the top. Narrow turrets projected at intervals of every 50 feet along the face of the wall. The excavations have not been sufficiently pursued to permit of our seeing what system of defence was applied to the entrances. The area described by these cities was often very large, but the population in them was distributed very unequally. The temples in the different quarters formed centres, around which were clustered the dwellings of the inhabitants, sometimes densely packed, and elsewhere thinly scattered. The largest and richest of these temples was usually reserved for the principal deity, whose edifices were being continually decorated by the ruling princes, and the extent of whose ruins still attracts the traveller. The walls, constructed and repaired with bricks stamped with the names of lords of the locality, contain in themselves alone an almost complete history. Did Urbau, we may ask, found the ziggurat of Nannar in Uru? We meet with his bricks at the base of the most ancient portions of the building, and we moreover learn, from cylinders unearthed not far from it, that for Nannar, the powerful bull of Anu, the son of Bel, his king, Urbau, the brave hero, king of Uru, had built E Tamala, his favourite temple. The bricks of his son Dungi are found mixed with his own, while here and there other bricks belonging to subsequent kings, with cylinders, cones, and minor objects, strewn between the courses, mark restorations at various later periods. What is true of one Chaldaean city is equally true of all of them, and the dynasties of Uruk and of Lagash, like those of Uru, can be reconstructed from the revelations of their brickwork. The lords of heaven promised to the lords of the earth, as a reward of their piety, both glory and wealth in this life, and an eternal flame after death: they have indeed kept their word. The majority of the earliest Chaldaean heroes would be unknown to us, were it not for the witness of the ruined sanctuaries which they built, and that which they did in the service of their heavenly patrons alone preserved their names from oblivion. Their most extravagant devotion, however, cost them less money and effort than that of the Pharaohs their contemporaries. While the latter had to bring from a distance, even from the remotest parts of the desert, the different kinds of stone which they considered worthy to form part of the decoration of the houses of their gods, the Chaldaean kings gathered up outside their very doors the principal material for their buildings: should they require any other accessories, they could obtain, at the worst, hard stone for their statues and thresholds in Magan and Milukhkha, and beams of cedar and cypress in the forests of the Amanus and the Upper Tigris. Under these conditions a temple was soon erected, and its construction did not demand centuries of continuous labour, like the great limestone and granite sanctuaries of Egypt. The same ruler who laid the first brick, almost always placed the final one, and succeeding generations had only to keep the building in ordinary repair, without altering its original plan. The work of construction was in almost every case carried out all at one time, designed and finished from the drawings of one architect, and bears traces but rarely of those deviations from the earlier plans which sometimes make the comprehension of the Theban temples so difficult a matter. If the state of decay of certain parts, or more often inadequate excavation, frequently prevent us from appreciating their details, we can at least reinstate their general outline with tolerable accuracy. While the Egyptian temple was spread superficially over a large area, the Chaldaean temple strove to attain as high an elevation as possible. The ziggurats, whose angular profile is a special characteristic of the landscapes of the Euphrates, were composed of several immense cubes, piled up on one another, and diminishing in size up to the small shrine by which they were crowned, and wherein the god himself was supposed to dwell. There are two principal types of these ziggurats. In the first, for which the builders of Lower Chaldaea showed a marked preference, the vertical axis, common to all the superimposed stories, did not pass through the centre of the rectangle which served as the base of the whole building; it was carried back and placed near to one of the narrow ends of the base, so that the back elevation of the temple rose abruptly in steep narrow ledges above the plain, while the terraces of the front broadened out into wide platforms. The stories are composed of solid blocks of crude brick; up to the present, at least, no traces of internal chambers have been found. The chapel on the summit could not contain more than one apartment; an altar stood before the door, and access to it was obtained by a straight external staircase, interrupted at each terrace by a more or less spacious landing. The second type of temple frequently found in northern Chaldaea was represented by a building on a square base with 7 stories, all of equal height, connected by 1 or 2 lateral staircases, having on the summit the pavilion of the god. This is the terraced tower which excited the admiration of the Greeks at Babylon, and of which the temple of Bel was the most remarkable example. The ruins of it still exist, but it has been so frequently and so completely restored in the course of ages, that it is impossible to say how much now remains of the original construction. We know of several examples, however, of the other type of ziggurat, one at Uru, another at Bridu, a third at Uruk, without mentioning those which have not as yet been methodically explored. None of them rises directly from the surface of the ground, but they are all built on a raised platform, which consequently places the foundations of the temple nearly on a level with the roofs of the surrounding houses. The raised platform of the temple of Nanur at Uru still measures 20 feet in height, and its 4 angles are oriented exactly to the 4 cardinal points. Its facade was approached by an inclined plane, or by a flight of low steps, and the summit, which was surrounded by a low balustrade, was paved with enormous burnt bricks. On this terrace, processions at solemn festivals would have ample space to perform their evolutions. The lower story of the temple occupies a parallelogram of 198 feet in length by 173 feet in width, and rises about 27 feet in height. The central mass of crude brick has preserved its casing of red tiles, cemented with bitumen, almost intact up to the top. It is strengthened by buttresses, 9 on the longer and 6 on the shorter sides, projecting about a foot, which relieve its rather bare surface. The second story rises to the height of only 20 feet above the first, and when intact could not have been more than 26 to 30 feet high. Many bricks bearing the stamp of Dungi are found among the materials used in the latest restoration, which took place about the 6th century before our era. They have a smooth surface, are broken here and there by air holes, and their very simplicity seems to bear witness to the fact that Nabonidos confined himself to the task of merely restoring things to the state in which the earlier kings of Uru had left them. Till within the last century, traces of a third story to this temple might have been distinguished. Unlike the lower ones, it was not of solid brickwork, but contained at least one chamber: this was the Holy of Holies, the sanctuary of Nannar. The external walls were covered with pale blue enamelled tiles, having a polished surface. The interior was panelled with cedar or cypress, rare woods procured as articles of commerce from the peoples of the north and west, This woodwork was inlaid in parts with thin leaves of gold, alternating with panels of mosaics composed of small pieces of white marble, alabaster, onyx, and agate, cut and polished. End of Part 14. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 15 of History of Egypt, Chaldæa, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 3, by Gaston Maspero. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 2. The Temples and the Gods of Chaldæa, Part 2. Here stood the statue of Nannar, one of those stiff and conventionalized figures in the traditional pose, handed down from generation to generation, which lingered even in the Chaldean statues of Greek times. The spirit of the god dwelt within it in the same way as the double resided in the Egyptian idols, and from thence he watched over the restless movements of the people below, the noise of whose turmoil scarcely reached him at that elevation. The gods of the Euphrates, like those of the Nile, constituted a countless multitude of visible and invisible beings, distributed into tribes and empires throughout all the regions of the universe. A particular function or occupation formed, so to speak, the principality of each one, in which he worked with an indefatigable zeal, under the orders of his respective prince or king; but whereas in Egypt they were on the whole friendly to man, or at the best indifferent in regard to him, in Chaldæa they for the most part pursued him with an implacable hatred, and only seemed to exist in order to destroy him. These monsters of alarming aspect, armed with knives and lances, whom the theologians of Heliopolis and Thebes confined within the caverns of Hades in the depths of eternal darkness, were believed by the Chaldeans to be let loose in broad daylight over the earth. Such were the Galu and the Maskim, the Alu and the Utukku, besides a score of other demoniacal tribes bearing curious and mysterious names. Some floated in the air and presided over the unhealthy winds. The southwest wind, the most cruel of them all, stalked over the solitudes of Arabia, whence he suddenly issued during the most oppressive months of the year. He collected round him as he passed the malarial vapours given off by the marshes under the heat of the sun, and he spread them over the country, striking down in his violence not only man and beast, but destroying harvests, pasturage, and even trees. The genii of fevers and madness crept in silently everywhere, insidious and traitorous as they were. The plague alternately slumbered or made furious onslaughts among crowded populations. Imps haunted the houses, goblins wandered about the water's edge, ghouls lay in wait for travellers in unfrequented places, and the dead quitting their tombs in the night, stole stealthily among the living, to satiate themselves with their blood. The material shapes attributed to these murderous beings were supposed to convey to the eye their perverse and ferocious characters. They were represented as composite creatures in whom the body of a man would be joined grotesquely to the limbs of animals in the most unexpected combinations. They worked in as best they could, birds' claws, fishes' scales, a bull's tail, several pairs of wings, the head of a lion, vulture, hyena, or wolf. When they left the creature a human head, they made it as hideous and distorted as possible. The southwest wind was distinguished from all the rest by the multiplicity of the incongruous elements of which his person was composed. His dog-like body was supported upon two legs terminating in eagle's claws. In addition to his arms, which were furnished with sharp talons, he had 4 outspread wings, 2 of which fell behind him, while the other 2 rose up and surrounded his head. He had a scorpion's tail, a human face with large goggle eyes, bushy eyebrows, fleshless cheeks, and retreating lips, showing a formidable row of threatening teeth, while from his flattened skull protruded the horns of a goat. The entire combination was so hideous, that it even alarmed the god and put him to flight, when he was unexpectedly confronted with his own portrait. There was no lack of good genii to combat this deformed and vicious band. They too were represented as monsters, but monsters of a fine and noble bearing: griffins, winged lions, lion-headed men, and more especially those splendid human-headed bulls, those lamassi crowned with mitres, whose gigantic statues kept watch before the palace and temple gates. Between these two races hostility was constantly displayed. Restrained at one point, it broke out afresh at another, and the evil genii, invariably beaten, as invariably refused to accept their defeat. Man, less securely armed against them than were the gods, was ever meeting with them. Up there they are howling, here they lie in wait. They are great worms let loose by heaven, powerful ones whose clamour rises above the city, who pour water in torrents from heaven, sons who have come out of the bosom of the earth. They twine around the high rafters, the great rafters, like a crown. They take their way from house to house, for the door cannot stop them, nor bar the way, nor repulse them, for they creep like a serpent under the door. They insinuate themselves like the air between the folding doors. They separate the bride from the embraces of the bridegroom, they snatch the child from between the knees of the man, they entice the unwary from out of his fruitful house. They are the threatening voice which pursues him from behind. Their malice extended even to animals. They force the raven to fly away on the wing, and they make the swallow to escape from its nest. They cause the bull to flee, they cause the lamb to flee, they the bad demons who lay snares. The most audacious among them did not fear at times to attack the gods of light. On one occasion, in the infancy of the world, they had sought to dispossess them and reign in their stead. Without any warning they had climbed the heavens, and fallen upon Sin, the moon god. They had repulsed Shamash, the sun, and Amun, both of whom had come to the rescue. They had driven Ishtar and Anu from their thrones. The whole firmament would have become a prey to them, had not Bel and Nusku, Ea and Merodach, intervened at the 11th hour, and succeeded in hurling them down to the earth after a terrible battle. They never completely recovered from this reverse, and the gods raised up as rivals to them a class of friendly genii, the Igigi, who were governed by 5 heavenly Anunas. The earthly Anunas, the Anunnaki, had as their chiefs 7 sons of Bel, with bodies of lions, tigers, and serpents. The 6th was a tempestuous wind which obeyed neither god nor king; the 7th a whirlwind, a desolating storm which destroys everything. 7, 7, in the depth of the abyss of waters they are 7, and destroyers of heaven they are 7. They have grown up in the depths of the abyss, in the palace; males they are not, females they are not, they are storms which pass quickly. They take no wife, they give birth to no child, they know neither compassion nor kindness, they listen to no prayer nor supplication. As wild horses they are born in the mountains, they are the enemies of Ba, they are the agents of the gods, they are evil, and they are 7, they are 7, they are twice 7. Man, if reduced to his own resources, could have no chance of success in struggling against beings who had almost reduced the gods to submission. He invoked in his defence the help of the whole universe, the spirits of heaven and earth, the spirit of Bel and of Belit, that of Ninib and of Nebo, those of Sin, of Ishtar, and of Baman; but Gibber or Gibbel, the lord of fire, was the most powerful auxiliary in this incessant warfare. The offspring of night and of dark waters, the Anunnaki had no greater enemy than fire; whether kindled on the household hearth, or upon the altars, its appearance put them to flight and dispelled their power. Gibbel, renowned hero in the land, valiant, son of the abyss, exalted in the land, Gibbel, thy clear flame breaking forth, when it lightens up the darkness, assigns to all that bears a name its own destiny. The copper and tin, it is thou who dost mix them; gold and silver, it is thou who meltest them. Thou art the companion of the goddess Ninkasi, thou art he who exposes his breast to the nightly enemy. Cause then the limbs of man, son of his god, to shine, make him to be bright like the sky; may he shine like the earth, may he be bright like the interior of the heavens, may the evil word be kept far from him. And with it the malignant spirits. The very insistence with which help is claimed against the Anunnaki shows how much their power was dreaded. The Chaldaean felt them everywhere about him, and could not move without incurring the danger of coming into contact with them. He did not fear them so much during the day, as the presence of the luminary deities in the heavens reassured him, but the night belonged to them, and he was open to their attacks. If he lingered in the country at dusk, they were there, under the hedges, behind walls, and trunks of trees, ready to rush out upon him at every turn. If he ventured after sunset into the streets of his village or town, he again met with them, quarrelling with dogs over the offal on a rubbish heap, crouched in the shelter of a doorway, lying hidden in corners where the shadows were darkest. Even when barricaded within his house, under the immediate protection of his domestic idols, these genii still threatened him and left him not a moment's repose. The number of them was so great that he was unable to protect himself adequately from all of them; when he had disarmed the greater portion of them, there were always several remaining against whom he had forgotten to take necessary precautions. What must have been the total of the subordinate genii, when, towards the ninth century before our era, the official census of the invisible beings stated the number of the great gods in heaven and earth to be 65,000! End of Part 15. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 16 of History of Egypt, Chaldæa, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 3, by Gaston Maspero. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 2. The Temples and the Gods of Chaldæa, Part 3. We are often much puzzled to say what these various divinities, whose names we decipher on the monuments, could possibly have represented. The sovereigns of Lagash addressed their prayers to Ningirsu, the valiant champion of Enlil, to Ninursag, the lady of the terrestrial mountain, to Ninsia, the lord of fate, to the king Ninagal, to Inzu, of whose real name no one has an idea, to Inanna, the queen of battles, to Pasag, to Galalam, to Dunshagana, to Ninmar, to Ningishzida. Gudea raised temples to them in all the cities over which his authority extended, and he devoted to these pious foundations a yearly income out of his domain land or from the spoils of his wars. Gudea, the vicegerent of Lagash, after having built the temple Ininu for Ningirsu, constructed a treasury, a house decorated with sculptures, such as no vicegerent had ever before constructed for Ningirsu. He constructed it for him, he wrote his name in it, he made in it all that was needful, and he executed faithfully all the words from the mouth of Ningirsu. The dedication of these edifices was accompanied with solemn festivals, in which the whole population took an active part. During 7 years no grain was ground, and the maidservant was the equal of her mistress; the slave walked beside his master, and in my town the weak rested by the side of the strong. Henceforward Gudea watched scrupulously lest anything impure should enter and mar the sanctity of the place. Those we have enumerated were the ancient Sumerian divinities, but the characteristics of most of them would have been lost to us, had we not learned, by means of other documents, to what gods the Semites assimilated them, gods who are better known and who are represented under a less barbarous aspect. Ningirsu, the lord of the division of Lagash which was called Girsu, was identified with Ninib; Enlil is Bel; Ninursag is Beltis; Inzu is Sin; Inanna is Ishtar, and so on with the rest. The cultus of each, too, was not a local cultus, confined to some obscure corner of the country; they were all rulers over the whole of Chaldæa, in the north as in the south, at Uruk, at Urn, at Larsam, at Nippur, even in Babylon itself. Enlil was the ruler of the earth and of Hades; Babar was the sun; Inzu the moon; Inanna Antmit the morning and evening star and the goddess of love, at a time when two distinct religious and two rival groups of gods existed side by side on the banks of the Euphrates. The Sumerian language is for us, at the present day, but a collection of strange names, of whose meaning and pronunciation we are often ignorant. We may well ask what beings and beliefs were originally hidden under these barbaric combinations of syllables, which are constantly recurring in the inscriptions of the oldest dynasties, such as Pasag, Dunshagana, Dumuzi Zuaba, and a score of others. The priests of subsequent times claim to define exactly the attributes of each of them, and probably their statements are, in the main, correct. But it is impossible for us to gauge the motives which determined the assimilation of some of these divinities, the fashion in which it was carried out, the mutual concessions which Semite and Sumerian must have made before they could arrive at an understanding, and before the primitive characteristics of each deity were softened down, or entirely effaced in the process. Many of these divine personages, such as Ea, Merodach, Ishtar, are so completely transformed, that we may well ask to which of the two peoples they owed their origin. The Semites finally gained the ascendency over their rivals, and the Sumerian gods from thenceforward preserved an independent existence only in connection with magic, divination, and the science of foretelling events, and also in the formulas of exorcists and physicians, to which the harshness of their names lent a greater weight. Elsewhere it was Bel and Sin, Shamash and Iamun, who were universally worshipped, but a Bel, a Sin, a Shamash, who still betrayed traces of their former connection with the Sumerian Enlil and Inzu, with Babar and Murmur. In whatever language, however, they were addressed, by whatever name they were called upon, they did not fail to hear and grant a favourable reply to the appeals of the faithful. Whether Sumerian or Semitic, the gods, like those of Egypt, were not abstract personages, guiding in a metaphysical fashion the forces of nature. Each of them contained in himself one of the principal elements of which our universe is composed: earth, water, sky, sun, moon, and the stars which moved around the terrestrial mountain. The succession of natural phenomena with them was not the result of unalterable laws; it was due entirely to a series of voluntary acts, accomplished by beings of different grades of intelligence and power. Every part of the great whole is represented by a god who is a man, a Chaldaean, who, although of a finer and more lasting nature than other Chaldaeans, possesses nevertheless the same instincts and is swayed by the same passions. He is, as a rule, wanting in that somewhat lithe grace of form, and in that rather easy-going good nature, which were the primary characteristics of the Egyptian gods. The Chaldaean divinity has the broad shoulders, the thick-set figure and projecting muscles of the people over whom he rules; he has their hasty and violent temperament, their coarse sensuality, their cruel and warlike propensities, their boldness in conceiving undertakings and their obstinate tenacity in carrying them out. Their goddesses are modelled on the Tyra of the Chaldaean women, or, more properly speaking, on that of their queens. The majority of them do not quit the harem, and having no other ambition than to become speedily the mother of a numerous offspring. Those who openly reject the rigid constraints of such a life, and who seek to share the rank of the gods, seem to lose all self-restraint when they put off the veil; like Ishtar, they exchange a life of severe chastity for the lowest debauchery, and they subject their followers to the same irregular life which they themselves have led. Every woman born in the country must enter once during her lifetime the enclosure of the temple of Aphrodite, must there sit down and unite herself to a stranger. Many who are wealthy are too proud to mix with the rest, and repair thither in closed chariots, followed by a considerable train of slaves. The greater number seat themselves on the sacred pavement with a cord twisted about their heads, and there is always a great crowd there coming and going, the women being divided by ropes into long lanes, down which strangers pass to make their choice. A woman who has once taken her place here cannot return home until a stranger has thrown into her lap a silver coin, and has led her away with him beyond the limits of the sacred enclosure. As he throws the money he pronounces these words: "May the goddess Mylitta make thee happy." Now among the Assyrians Aphrodite is called Mylitta. The silver coin may be of any value, but none may refuse it; that is forbidden by the law, for once thrown it is sacred. The woman follows the first man who throws her the money, and repels no one. When once she has accompanied him, and has thus satisfied the goddess, she returns to her home, and from thenceforth, however large the sum offered to her, she will yield to no one. The women who are tall or beautiful soon return to their homes, but those who are ugly remain a long time before they are able to comply with the law; some of them are obliged to wait 3 or 4 years within the enclosure. This custom still existed in the 5th century before our era, and the Greeks who visited Babylon about that time found it still in full force. The gods, who had begun by being the actual material of the element which was their attribute, became successively the spirit of it, then its ruler. They continued at first to reside in it, but in the course of time they were separated from it, and each was allowed to enter the domain of another, dwell in it, and even command it, as they could have done in their own, till finally the greater number of them were identified with the firmament. Bel, the lord of the earth, and Ea, the ruler of the waters, passed into the heavens, which did not belong to them, and took their places beside Ami. The pathways were pointed out which they had made for themselves across the celestial vault, in order to inspect their kingdoms from the exalted heights to which they had been raised. That of Bel was in the Tropic of Cancer, that of Ea in the Tropic of Capricorn. They gathered around them all the divinities who could easily be abstracted from the function or object to which they were united, and thus constituted a kind of divine aristocracy, comprising all the most powerful beings who guided the fortunes of the world. The number of them was considerable, for they reckoned 7 supreme and magnificent gods, 50 great gods of heaven and earth, 300 celestial spirits, and 600 terrestrial spirits. Each of them deputed representatives here below, who received the homage of mankind for him, and signified to them his good will. The god revealed himself in dreams to his seers, and imparted to them the course of coming events, or, in some cases, inspired them suddenly and spoke by their mouth. Their utterances, taken down and commented on by their assistants, were regarded as infallible oracles. But the number of mortal men possessing adequate powers, and gifted with sufficiently acute senses to bear without danger the near presence of a god, was necessarily limited. Communications were, therefore, more often established by means of various objects, whose grosser substance lessened for human intelligence and flesh and blood the dangers of direct contact with an immortal. The statues hidden in the recesses of the temples, or erected on the summits of the ziggurats, became imbued, by virtue of their consecration, with the actual body of the god whom they represented, and whose name was written either on the base or garment of the statue. The sovereign who dedicated them, summoned them to speak in the days to come, and from thenceforth they spoke. When they were interrogated according to the rite instituted specially for each one, that part of the celestial soul, which by means of the prayers had been attracted to and held captive by the statue, could not refuse to reply. Were there for this purpose special images, as in Egypt, which were clearly contrived so as to emit sounds by the pulling of a string by the hidden prophet? Voices resounded at night in the darkness of the sanctuaries, and particularly when a king came there to prostrate himself for the purpose of learning the future; his rank alone, which raised him half way to heaven, prepared him to receive the word from on high by the mouth of the image. End of Part 16. Read by Professor Heather Mbai. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 17 of History of Egypt, Chaldæa, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 3, by Gaston Maspero. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 2. The Temples and the Gods of Chaldæa, Part 4. More frequently, a priest, accustomed from childhood to the office, possessed the privilege of asking the desired questions and of interpreting to the faithful the various signs by means of which the divine will was made known. The spirit of the god inspired, moreover, whatever seemed good to him, and frequently entered into objects where we should least have expected to find it. It animated stones, particularly such as fell from heaven, also trees, as for example the tree of Eridu, which pronounced oracles, and besides the battle mace, with a granite head fixed on a wooden handle, the axe of Rahman, lances made on the model of Gilgamesh's fairy javelin, which came and went at its master's orders, without needing to be touched. Such objects, when it was once ascertained that they were imbued with the divine spirit, were placed upon the altar and worshipped with as much veneration as were the statues themselves. Animals never became objects of habitual worship as in Egypt. Some of them, however, such as the bull and lion, were closely allied to the gods, and birds unconsciously betrayed by their flight or cries the secrets of futurity. In addition to all these, each family possessed its household gods, to whom its members recited prayers and poured libations night and morning, and whose statues, set up over the domestic hearth, defended it from the snares of the evil ones. The state religion, which all the inhabitants of the same city, from the king down to the lowest slave, were solemnly bound to observe, really represented to the Chaldaeans but a tithe of their religious life. It included some dozen gods, no doubt the most important, but it more or less left out of account all the others, whose anger, if aroused by neglect, might become dangerous. The private devotion of individuals supplemented the state religion by furnishing worshippers for most of the neglected divinities, and thus compensated for what was lacking in the official public worship of the community. If the idea of uniting all these divine beings into a single supreme one, who would combine within himself all their elements and the whole of their powers, ever for a moment crossed the mind of some Chaldaean theologian, it never spread to the people as a whole. Among all the thousands of tablets, or inscribed stones, on which we find recorded prayers and magical formulas, we have as yet discovered no document treating of the existence of a supreme god, or even containing the faintest allusion to a divine unity. We meet indeed with many passages in which this or that divinity boasts of his power, eloquently depreciating that of his rivals, and ending his discourse with the injunction to worship him alone: "Man who shall come after, trust in Nebo, trust in no other god." The very expressions which are used, commanding future races to abandon the rest of the immortals in favour of Nebo, prove that even those who prided themselves on being worshippers of one god, realized how far they were from believing in the unity of God. They strenuously asserted that the idol of their choice was far superior to many others, but it never occurred to them to proclaim that he had absorbed them all into himself, and that he remained alone in his glory, contemplating the world, his creature. Side by side with those who expressed this belief in Nebo, an inhabitant of Babylon would say as much and more of Merodach, the patron of his birthplace, without, however, ceasing to believe in the actual independence and royalty of Nebo. "When thy power manifests itself, who can withdraw himself from it? Thy word is a powerful net, which thou spreadest in heaven and over the earth. It falls upon the sea, and the sea retires. It falls upon the plain, and the fields make great mourning. It falls upon the upper waters of the Euphrates, and the word of Merodach stirs up the flood in them. O Lord, thou art sovereign, who can resist thee? Merodach, among the gods who bear a name, thou art sovereign." Merodach is for his worshippers the king of the gods; he is not the sole god. Each of the chief divinities received in a similar manner the assurance of his omnipotence, but for all that, his most zealous followers never regarded him as the only god, besides whom there was none other, and whose existence and rule precluded those of any other. The simultaneous elevation of certain divinities to the supreme rank had a reactionary influence on the ideas held with regard to the nature of each. Anu, Bel, and Ea, not to mention others, had enjoyed at the outset but a limited and incomplete personality, confined to a single concept, and were regarded as possessing only such attributes as were indispensable to the exercise of their power within a prescribed sphere, whether in heaven, or in the earth, or in the waters. As each in his turn gained the ascendancy over his rivals, he became invested with the qualities which were exercised by the others in their own domain. His personality became enlarged, and instead of remaining merely a god of heaven, or earth, or of the waters, he became god of all three simultaneously. Anu reigned in the province of Bel, or of Ea, as he ruled in his own. Bel joined to his own authority that of Anu and Ea. Ea treated Anu and Bel with the same absence of ceremony which they had shown to him, and added their supremacies to his own. The personality of each god was thenceforward composed of many diverse elements; each preserved a nucleus of his original being, but superadded to this were the peculiar characteristics of all the gods above whom he had been successively raised. Anu took to himself somewhat of the temperaments of Bel and of Ea, and the latter in exchange borrowed from him many personal traits. The same work of levelling, which altered the characteristics of the Egyptian divinities, and transformed them little by little into local variants of Osiris and the sun, went on as vigorously among the Chaldaean gods. Those who were incarnations of the earth, the waters, the stars, or the heavens, became thenceforth so nearly allied to each other that we are tempted to consider them as being doubles of a single god, worshipped under different names in different localities. Their primitive forms can only be clearly distinguished when they are stripped of the uniform in which they are all clothed. The sky gods and the earth gods had been more numerous at the outset than they were subsequently. We recognize as such Anu, the immovable firmament, and the ancient Bel, the lord of men and of the soil on which they live, and into whose bosom they return after death. But there were others, who in historic times had partially or entirely lost their primitive character, such as Nergal, Ninub, Nimuzi, or, among the goddesses, Damkina, Eshara, and even Ishtar herself, who, at the beginning of their existence, had represented only the earth, or one of its most striking aspects. For instance, Nergal and Ninib were the patrons of agriculture and protectors of the soil. Dumuzi was the ground in spring whose garment withered at the first approach of summer. Damkina was the leafy mould in union with fertilizing moisture. Eshara was the field whence sprang the crops. Ishtar was the clod which again grew green after the heat of the dog days and the winter frosts. All these beings had been forced to submit in a greater or less degree to the fate which among most primitive races awaits these older earth gods, whose manifestations are usually too vague and shadowy to admit of their being grasped or represented by any precise imagery without limiting and curtailing their spheres. New deities had arisen of a more definite and tangible kind, and hence more easily understood, and having a real or supposed province which could be more easily realized, such as the sun, the moon, and the fixed or wandering stars. The moon is the measure of time; it determines the months, leads the course of the years, and the entire life of mankind and of great cities depends upon the regularity of its movements. The Chaldaeans, therefore, made it, or rather the spirit which animated it, the father and king of the gods, but its suzerainty was everywhere a conventional rather than an actual superiority, and the sun, which in theory was its vassal, attracted more worshippers than the pale and frigid luminary. Some adored the sun under its ordinary title of Shamash, corresponding to the Egyptian Ra; others designated it as Merodach, Ninib, Nergal, Dumuzi, not to mention other less usual appellations. Nergal in the beginning had nothing in common with Ninib, and Merodach differed alike from Shamash, Ninib, Nergal, and Dumuzi; but the same movement which instigated the fusion of so many Egyptian divinities of diverse nature, led the gods of the Chaldaeans to divest themselves little by little of their individuality and to lose themselves in the sun. Each one at first became a complete sun, and united in himself all the innate virtues of the sun, its brilliancy and its dominion over the world, its gentle and beneficent heat, its fertilizing warmth, its goodness and justice, its emblematic character of truth and peace, besides the incontestable vices which darken certain phases of its being, the fierceness of its rays at midday and in summer, the inexorable strength of its will, its combative temperament, its irresistible harshness and cruelty. By degrees they lost this uniform character, and distributed the various attributes among themselves. If Shamash continued to be the sun in general, Ninib restricted himself, after the example of the Egyptian Harmachis, to being merely the rising and setting sun, the sun on the two horizons. Nergal became the feverish and destructive summer sun; Merodach was transformed into the youthful sun of spring and early morning. Dumuzi, like Merodach, became the sun before the summer. Their moral qualities naturally were affected by the process of restriction which had been applied to their physical being, and the external aspect now assigned to each in accordance with their several functions differed considerably from that formerly attributed to the unique type from which they had sprung. Ninib was represented as valiant, bold, and combative; he was a soldier, who dreamed but of battle and great feats of arms. Nergal united a crafty fierceness to his bravery; not content with being lord of battles, he became the pestilence which breaks out unexpectedly in a country, the death which comes like a thief, and carries off his prey before there is time to take up arms against him. Merodach united wisdom with courage and strength; he attacked the wicked, protected the good, and used his power in the cause of order and justice. A very ancient legend, which was subsequently fully developed among the Canaanites, related the story of the unhappy passion of Ishtar for Dumuzi. The goddess broke out yearly into a fresh frenzy, but the tragic death of the hero finally moderated the ardour of her devotion. She wept distractedly for him, went to beg the lords of the infernal regions for his return, and brought him back triumphantly to the earth. Every year there was a repetition of the same passionate infatuation, suddenly interrupted by the same mourning. The earth was united to the young sun with every recurring spring, and under the influence of his caresses became covered with verdure; then followed autumn and winter, and the sun, grown old, sank into the tomb, from whence his mistress had to call him up, in order to plunge afresh with him by a common impulse into the joys and sorrows of another year. End of Part 17. Read by Professor Heather By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 18 of History of Egypt, Chaldæa, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 3, by Gaston Maspero. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 2. The Temples and the Gods of Chaldæa, Part 5. The differences between the gods were all the more accentuated, for the reason that many who had a common origin were often separated from one another by, relatively speaking, considerable distances. Having divided the earth's surface between them, they formed, as in Egypt, a complete feudal system, whose chiefs severally took up their residence in a particular city. Anu was worshipped in Uruk, Enlil Bel reigned in Nippur, Eridu belonged to Ea, the lord of the waters. The moon god, Sin, alone governed two large fiefs, Uru in the extreme south, and Haran towards the extreme northwest. Shamash had Larsham and one of the Sipparas for his dominion, and the other sun gods were not less well provided for, Nergal possessing Cutha, Zamama having Kish, Ninib side by side with Bel reigning in Nippur, while Merodach ruled at Babylon. Each was absolute master in his own territory, and it is quite exceptional to find two of them co-regnant in one locality, as were Ninib and Bel at Nippur, or Ea and Ishtar at Uruk. Not that they raised any opposition on principle to the presence of a stranger divinity in their dominions, but they welcomed them only under the titles of allies or subjects. Each, moreover, had fair play, and Nebo or Shamash, after having filled the role of sovereign at Borsippa or at Larsam, did not consider it derogatory to his dignity to accept a lower rank in Babylon or at Uru. Hence all the feudal gods played a double part, and had, as it were, a double civil portion, that of suzerain in one or two localities, and that of vassals everywhere else; and this dual condition was the surest guarantee not only of their prosperity, but of their existence. Sin would have run great risk of sinking into oblivion, if his resources had been confined to the subventions from his domain temples of Haran and Uru. Their impoverishment would in such case have brought about his complete failure. After having enjoyed an existence amid riches and splendour in the beginning of history, he would have ended his life in a condition of misery and obscurity. But the sanctuaries erected to him in the majority of the other cities, the honours which these bestowed upon him, and the offerings which they made to him, compensated him for the poverty and neglect which he experienced in his own domains, and he was thus able to maintain his divine dignity on a suitable footing. All the gods were, therefore, worshipped by the Chaldaeans, and the only difference among them in this respect arose from the fact that some exalted one special deity above the others. The gods of the richest and most ancient principalities naturally enjoyed the greatest popularity. The greatness of Uru had been the source of Sin's prestige, and Merodach owed his prosperity to the supremacy which Babylon had acquired over the districts of the north. Merodach was regarded as the son of Ba, as the star which had risen from the abyss to illuminate the world, and to confer upon mankind the decrees of eternal wisdom. He was proclaimed as lord, Bilu par excellence, in comparison with whom all other lords sank into insignificance, and his title soon procured for him a second, which was no less widely recognized than the first. He was spoken of everywhere as the Bel of Babylon, Bel Merodach, before whom Bel of Nippur was gradually thrown into the shade. The relations between these feudal deities were not always pacific; jealousies arose among them like those which disturbed the cities over which they ruled. They conspired against each other, and on occasions broke out into open warfare. Instead of forming a coalition against the evil genii who threatened their rule, and as a consequence tended to bring everything into jeopardy, they sometimes made alliances with these malign powers and mutually betrayed each other. Their history, if we could recover it in its entirety, would be marked by as violent deeds as those which distinguished the princes and kings who worshipped them. Attempts were made, however, and that too from an early date, to establish among them a hierarchy like that which existed among the great ones of the earth. The faithful, who, instead of praying to each one separately, preferred to address them all, invoked them always in the same order. They began with Anu, the heaven, and followed with Bel, Ea, Sin, Shamash, and Baman. They divided these six into two groups of three, one trio consisting of Anu, Bel, and Ea, the other of Sin, Shamash, and Baman. All these deities were associated with southern Chaldæa, and the system which grouped them must have taken its rise in this region, probably at Uruk, whose patron Anu occupied the first rank among them. The theologians who classified them in this manner seem to have never dreamt of explaining, like the authors of the Heliopolitan Aeneid, the successive steps in their creation. These triads were not, moreover, copies of the human family, consisting of a father and mother whose marriage brings into the world a new being. Others had already given an account of the origin of things, and of Merodach's struggles with chaos. These theologians accepted the universe as it was, already made, and contented themselves with summing up its elements by enumerating the gods which actuated them. They assigned the first place to those elements which make the most forcible impression upon man, beginning with Anu, for the heaven was the god of their city, following with Bel of Nippur, the earth from which all antiquity has been associated with the heaven, and concluding with Ea of Eridu, the terrestrial waters and primordial ocean whence Anu and Bel, together with all living creatures, had sprung, Ea being a god whom, had they not been guided by local vanity, they would have made sovereign lord of all. Anu owed his supremacy to an historical accident rather than a religious conception. He held his high position, not by his own merits, but because the prevailing theology of an early period had been the work of his priesthood. The characters of the three personages who formed the supreme triad can be readily deduced from the nature of the elements which they represent. Anu is the heaven itself, Ana, the immense vault which spreads itself over our heads, clear during the day when glorified by the sun, obscured and strewn with innumerable star clusters during the night. Afterwards it becomes the spirit which animates the firmament, or the god which rules it. He resides in the north towards the pole, and the ordinary route chosen by him, when inspecting his domain, is that marked out by our eclipse. He occupies the high regions of the universe, sheltered from winds and tempests, in an atmosphere always serene, and a light always brilliant. The terrestrial gods and those of middle space take refuge in this heaven of Anu, when they are threatened by any great danger, but they dare not penetrate its depths, and stop, shortly after passing its boundary, on the ledge which supports the vault, where they loll and howl like dogs. It is but rarely that it may be entered, and then only by the highly privileged, kings whose destiny marked them out for admittance, and heroes who have fallen valiantly on the field of battle. In his remote position on unapproachable summits, Anu seems to participate in the calm and immobility of his dwelling. If he is quick in forming an opinion and coming to a conclusion, he himself never puts into execution the plans which he has matured, or the judgments which he has pronounced. He relieves himself of the trouble of acting, by assigning the duty to Bel Merodach, Ea, or Eamman, and he often employs inferior genii to execute his will. They are 7, the messengers of Anu their king. It is they who from town to town raise the stormy wind; they are the south wind which drives mightily in the heavens; they are the destroying clouds which overturn the heavens; they are the rapid tempests which bring darkness in the midst of clear day; they roam here and there with the wicked wind and the ill-omened hurricane. Anu sends forth all the gods as he pleases, recalls them again, and then, to make them his pliant instruments, enfeebles their personality, reducing it to nothing by absorbing it into his own. He blends himself with them, and their destinations seem to be nothing more than doublets of his own. He is Anu the Lakhmu, who appeared on the first days of creation; Ahu Urash or Ninib is the sun warrior of Nippur, and Anu is also the eagle Alala whom Ishtar enfeebled by her caresses. Anu regarded in this light ceases to be the god par excellence; he becomes the only chief god, and the idea of authority is so closely attached to his name, that the latter alone is sufficient in common speech to render the idea of God. Bel would have been entirely thrown into the shade by him, as the earth gods generally are by the sky gods, if it had not been that he was confounded with his namesake Bel Merodach of Babylon. To this alliance he owed to the end the safety of his life, in presence of Anu. Ea was the most active and energetic member of the triad. As he represented the bottomless abyss, the dark waters which had filled the universe until the day of creation, there had been attributed to him a complete knowledge of the past, present, and future, whose germs had lain within him as in a womb. The attribute of supreme wisdom was revered in Ea, the lord of spells and charms, to which gods and men were alike subject. No strength could prevail against his strength, no voice against his voice. When once he opened his mouth to give a decision, his will became law, and no one might gainsay it. If a peril should arise against which the other gods found themselves impotent, they resorted to him immediately for help, which was never refused. He had saved Shamashnapishtim from the deluge; every day he freed his votaries from sickness and the thousand demons which were the causes of it. He was a potter, and had modelled men out of the clay of the plains. From him smiths and workers in gold obtained the art of rendering malleable and of fashioning the metals. Weavers and stone cutters, gardeners, husbandmen, and sailors hailed them as their teacher and patron. From his incomparable knowledge the scribes derived theirs, and physicians and wizards invoked spirits in his name alone by the virtue of prayers, which he had condescended to teach them. End of Part 18. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 19 of History of Egypt, Chaldæa, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 3, by Gaston Maspero. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 2. The Temples and the Gods of Chaldæa, Part 6. Subordinate to these limitless and vague beings, the theologians placed their second triad, made up of gods of restricted power and invariable form. They recognized in the unswerving regularity with which the moon waxed and waned, or with which the sun rose and set every day, a proof of their subjection to the control of a superior will, and they signalized this dependence by making them sons of one or another of the three great gods. Sin was the offspring of Bel, Shamash of Sin, Kaman of Anu. Sin was indebted for his primacy among the subordinate divinities to the preponderating influence which Uru exercised over southern Chaldæa. Mar, where Ramman was the chief deity, never emerged from its obscurity, and Larsam acquired supremacy only many centuries after its neighbour, and did not succeed in maintaining it for any length of time. The god of the suzerain city necessarily took precedence of those of the vassal towns, and when once his superiority was admitted by the people, he was able to maintain his place in spite of all political revolutions. Sin was called in Uru Uruki, or Nannar the Glorious, and his priests sometimes succeeded in identifying him with Anu. Lord, Prince of the Gods, who alone in heaven and earth is exalted, Father Nannar, Lord of the hosts of heaven, Prince of the Gods, Father Nannar, Lord, Great Anu, Prince of the Gods, Father Nannar, Lord, Moon God, Prince of the Gods, Father Nannar, Lord of Uni, Prince of the Gods. Lord, thy deity fills the far-off heavens, like the vast sea, with reverential fear. Master of the earth, thou who fixest there the boundaries of the towns, and assignest to them their names. Father, begetter of gods and men, who establishest for them dwellings, and institutest for them that which is good, who proclaimest royalty, and bestowest the exalted sceptre on those whose destiny was determined from distant times. Chief, mighty, whose heart is great, God whom no one can name, whose limbs are steadfast, whose knees never bend, who preparest the paths of thy brothers the gods, in heaven who is supreme? As for thee, it is thou alone who art supreme. As for thee, thy decree is made known in heaven, and the Igigi bow their faces. As for thee, thy decree is made known upon earth, and the spirits of the abyss kiss the dust. As for thee, thy decree blows above the wind, and stall and pasture become fertile. As for thee, thy decree is accomplished upon earth below, and the grass and green things grow. As for thee, thy decree is seen among the cattle folds and in the lairs of the wild beast, and it multiplies living things. As for thee, thy decree has called into being equity and justice, and the peoples have promulgated thy law. As for thee, thy decree, neither in the far-off heaven, nor in the hidden depths of the earth, can any one recognize it. As for thee, thy decree, who can learn it, who can try conclusions with it? O Lord, mighty in heaven, sovereign upon earth, among the gods thy brothers thou hast no rival. Outside Uru and Haran, Sin did not obtain this rank of creator and ruler of things; he was simply the moon god, and was represented in human form, usually accompanied by a thin crescent, upon which he sometimes stands upright, sometimes appears with the bust only rising out of it, in royal costume and pose. His metre is so closely associated with him that it takes his place on the astrological tablets. The name he bears, Agu, often indicates the moon regarded simply as a celestial body, and without connotation of deity. Babar Shamash, the light of the gods his fathers, the illustrious scion of Sin, passed the night in the depths of the north, behind the polished metal walls which shut in the part of the firmament visible to human eyes. As soon as the dawn had opened the gates for him, he rose in the east all aflame, his club in his hand, and he set forth on his headlong course over the chain of mountains which surrounds the world. 6 hours later, he had attained the limit of his journey towards the south. He then continued his journey to the west, gradually lessening his heat, and at length re entering his accustomed resting place by the western gate, there to remain until the succeeding morning. He accomplished his journey round the earth in a chariot conducted by 2 charioteers, and drawn by 2 vigorous onagers, whose legs never grew weary. The flaming disk which was seen from earth was one of the wheels of his chariot. As soon as he appeared he was hailed with the chanting of hymns: "O Sun, thou appearest on the foundation of the heavens, thou drawest back the bolts which bar the scintillating heavens, thou openest the gate of the heavens, O Sun, thou raisest thy head above the earth, Sun, thou extendest over the earth the brilliant vaults of the heavens. The powers of darkness fly at his approach or take refuge in their mysterious caverns, for he destroys the wicked, he scatters them, the omens and gloomy portents, dreams and wicked ghouls, he converts evil to good, and he drives to their destruction the countries and men, who devote themselves to black magic. In addition to natural light, he sheds upon the earth truth and justice abundantly. He is the high judge before whom everything makes obeisance. His laws never waver, his decrees are never set at naught. O Sun, when thou goest to rest in the middle of the heavens, may the bars of the bright heaven salute thee in peace, and may the gate of heaven bless thee. May Misharu, thy well-beloved servant, guide aright thy progress, so that on Rabara, the seat of thy rule, thy greatness may rise, and that thy cherished spouse may receive thee joyfully. May thy glad heart find her in thy rest. May the food of thy divinity be brought to thee by her, warrior, hero, son, and may she increase thy vigour. Lord of Ibarra, when thou approachest, mayest thou direct thy course aright. O Sun, urge rightly thy way along the fixed road determined for thee. O Sun, thou who art the judge of the land, and the arbiter of its laws." End of Part 19. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 20 of History of Egypt, Chaldæa, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 3, by Gaston Maspero. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 2. The Temples and Gods of Chaldæa, Part 7. It would appear that the Triad had begun by having in the third place a goddess, Ishtar of Dilbat. Ishtar is the evening star which precedes the appearance of the moon, and the morning star which heralds the approach of the sun. The brilliance of its light justifies the choice which made it an associate of the greater heavenly bodies. In the days of the past, Ea charged Sin, Shamash, and Ishtar with the ruling of the firmament of heaven. He distributed among them, with Anu, the command of the army of heaven, and among these 3 gods, his children, he apportioned the day and the night, and compelled them to work ceaselessly. Ishtar was separated from her 2 companions, when the group of the planets was definitely organized and claimed the adoration of the devout. The theologians then put in her place an individual of a less original aspect, Ramman. Ramman embraced within him the elements of many very ancient genii, all of whom had been set over the atmosphere, and the phenomena which are daily displayed in it, wind, rain, and thunder. The genii occupied an important place in the popular religion which had been cleverly formulated by the theologians of Uruk, and there have come down to us many legends in which their incarnations play a part. They are usually represented as enormous birds flocking on their swift wings from below the horizon, and breathing flame or torrents of water upon the countries over which they hovered. The most terrible of them was Zu, who presided over tempests. He gathered the clouds together, causing them to burst in torrents of rain or hail. He let loose the winds and lightnings, and nothing remained standing where he had passed. He had a numerous family, among them cross breeds of extraordinary species which would puzzle a modern naturalist, but were matters of course to the ancient priests. His mother Ceres, lady of the raining clouds, was a bird like himself, but Zu had as a son a vigorous bull, which, pasturing in the meadows, scattered abundance and fertility around him. The caprices of these strange beings, their malice and their crafty attacks, often brought upon them vexatious misfortunes. Shutu, the south wind, one day beheld Adapa, one of the numerous offsprings of Ea, fishing in order to provide food for his family. In spite of his exalted origin, Adapa was no god; he did not possess the gift of immortality, and he was not at liberty to appear in the presence of Anu in heaven. He enjoyed, nevertheless, certain privileges, thanks to his familiar intercourse with his father Ea, and owing to his birth he was strong enough to repel the assaults of more than one deity. When, therefore, Shutu, falling upon him unexpectedly, had overthrown him, his anger knew no bounds. "Shutu, thou hast overwhelmed me with thy hatred, great as it is; I will break thy wings." Having thus spoken with his mouth unto Shutu, Adapa broke his wings. For 7 days Shutu breathed no longer upon the earth. Anu, being disturbed at this quiet, which seemed to him not very consonant with the meddling temperament of the wind, made inquiries as to its cause through his messenger Ilabrat. His messenger Ilabrat answered him: "My master, Adapa, the son of Ea, has broken Shutu's wings." Anu, when he heard these words, cried out "Help!" and he sent to Ea Barku, the genius of the lightning, with an order to bring the guilty one before him. Adapa was not quite at his ease, although he had the right on his side, but Ea, the cleverest of the immortals, prescribed a line of conduct for him. He was to put on at once a garment of mourning, and to show himself along with the messenger at the gates of heaven. Having arrived there, he would not fail to meet the 2 divinities who guarded them, Dumuzi and Gishzida. In whose honour, Adapa, this garment of mourning? On our earth 2 gods have disappeared; it is on this account I am as I am. Dumuzi and Gishzida will look at each other, they will begin to lament, they will say a friendly word, to the god Anu for thee, they will render clear the countenance of Anu in thy favour. When thou shalt appear before the face of Anu, the food of death, it shall be offered to thee, do not eat it. The drink of death, it shall be offered to thee, drink it not. A garment, it shall be offered to thee, put it on. Oil, it shall be offered to thee, anoint thyself with it. The command I have given thee, observe it well. Everything takes place as Ea had foreseen. Dumuzi and Gishzida welcome the poor wretch, speak in his favour, and present him. As he approached, Anu perceived him, and said to him: "Come, Adapa, why didst thou break the wings of Shutu?" Adapa answered Anu: "My lord, for the household of my lord Ea in the middle of the sea, I was fishing, and the sea was all smooth. Shutu breathed, he overthrew me, and I plunged into the abode of fish. Hence the anger of my heart, that he might not begin again his acts of ill will, I broke his wings." Whilst he pleaded his cause the furious heart of Anu became calm. The presence of a mortal in the halls of heaven was a kind of sacrilege, to be severely punished unless the gods should determine its expiation by giving the philtre of immortality to the intruder. Anu decided on the latter course, and addressed Adapa: "Why, then, did Ea allow an unclean mortal to see the interior of heaven and earth?" He handed him a cup; he himself reassured him: "What shall we give him? The food of life; take some to him that he may eat." The food of life, some was taken to him, but he did not eat of it. The water of life, some was taken to him, but he drank not of it. A garment, it was taken to him, and he put it on. Oil, some was taken to him, and he anointed himself with it. Anu looked upon him, he lamented over him: "Well, Adapa, why hast thou not eaten? Why hast thou not drunk? Thou shalt not now have eternal life. Ea, my lord, has commanded me: thou shalt not eat, thou shalt not drink." Adapa thus lost, by remembering too well the commands of his father, the opportunity which was offered to him of rising to the rank of the immortals. Anu sent him back to his home just as he had come, and Shutu had to put up with his broken wings. Ramman also absorbed one after the other all these genii of tempest and contention, and out of their combined characters his own personality of a hundred diverse aspects was built up. He was endowed with the capricious and changing disposition of the element incarnate in him, and passed from tears to laughter, from anger to calm, with a promptitude which made him one of the most disconcerting deities. The tempest was his favourite role. Sometimes he would burst suddenly on the heavens, at the head of a troop of savage subordinates, whose chiefs were known as Matu, the squall, and Barku, the lightning. Sometimes these were only the various manifestations of his own nature, and it was he himself who was called Matu and Barku. He collected the clouds, sent forth the thunderbolt, shook the mountains, and before his rage and violence, his bellowings, his thunder, the gods of heaven arose to the firmament, the gods of the earth sank into the earth in their terror. The monuments represent him as armed for battle with club, axe, or the two-bladed flaming sword which was usually employed to signify the thunderbolt. As he destroyed everything in his blind rage, the kings of Chaldæa were accustomed to invoke him against their enemies, and to implore him to hurl the hurricane upon the rebel peoples and the insubordinate nations. When his wrath was appeased, and he had returned to more gentle ways, his kindness knew no limits. From having been the waterspout which overthrew the forests, he became the gentle breeze which caresses and refreshes them. With his warm showers he fertilizes the fields, he lightens the air and tempers the summer heat. He causes the rivers to swell and overflow their banks, he pours out the waters over the fields, he makes channels for them, he directs them to every place where the need of water is felt. But his fiery temperament is stirred up by the slightest provocation, and then his flaming sword scatters pestilence over the land, he destroys the harvest, brings the ingathering to nothing, tears up trees, and beats down and roots up the corn. In a word, the second triad formed a more homogeneous whole when Ishtar still belonged to it, and it is entirely owing to the presence of this goddess in it that we are able to understand its plan and purpose. It was essentially astrological, and it was intended that none should be enrolled in it but the manifest leaders of the constellations. Ramman, on the contrary, had nothing to commend him for a position alongside the moon and sun. He was not a celestial body, he had no definitely shaped form, but resembled an aggregation of gods rather than a single deity. By the addition of Ramman to the triad, the void occasioned by the removal of Ishtar was filled up in a blundering way. We must, however, admit that the theologians must have found it difficult to find any one better fitted for the purpose. When Venus was once set along with the rest of the planets, there was nothing left in the heavens which was sufficiently brilliant to replace her worthily. The priests were compelled to take the most powerful deity they knew after the other five, the lord of the atmosphere and the thunder. End of Part 20. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 21 of History of Egypt, Chaldæa, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 3, by Gaston Maspero. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 2. The Temples and the Gods of Chaldæa, Part 8. The gods of the Triad were married, but their goddesses for the most part had neither the liberty nor the important functions of the Egyptian goddesses. They were content in their modesty to be eclipsed behind the personages of their husbands, and to spend their lives in the shade, as the women of Asiatic countries still do. It would appear, moreover, that there was no trouble taken about them until it was too late, when it was desired, for instance, to explain the affiliation of the immortals. Anu and Bel were bachelors to start with. When it was determined to assign to them female companions, recourse was had to the procedure adopted by the Egyptians in a similar case. There was added to their names the distinctive suffix of the feminine gender, and in this manner two grammatical goddesses were formed, Anat and Belit, whose dispositions give some indications of this accidental birth. There was always a vague uncertainty about the parts they had to play, and their existence itself was hardly more than a seeming one. Anat sometimes represented a feminine heaven, and differed from Anu only in her sex. At times she was regarded as the antithesis of Anu, i.e., as the earth in contradistinction to the heaven. Belit, as far as we can distinguish her from other persons to whom the title Lady was attributed, shared with Bel the rule over the earth and the regions of darkness where the dead were confined. The wife of Ea was distinguished by a name which was not derived from that of her husband, but she was not animated by a more intense vitality than Anat or Belit. She was called Damkina, the lady of the soil, and she personified in an almost passive manner the earth united to the water which fertilized it. The goddesses of the second triad were perhaps rather less artificial in their functions. Ningal, doubtless, who ruled along with Sin at Uru, was little more than an incarnate epithet. Her name means the great lady, the queen, and her person is the double of that of her husband. As he is the man moon, she is the woman moon, his beloved, and the mother of his children Shamash and Ishtar. But or Sarita, enjoyed an indisputable authority alongside Shamash. She never lost sight of the fact that she had been a sun like Shamash, a disk god before she was transformed into a goddess. Shamash, moreover, was surrounded by an actual harem, of which Sarita was the acknowledged queen, as he himself was its king, and among its members Gula, the great, and Anunit, the daughter of Sin, the morning star, found a place. Shala, the compassionate, was also included among them; she was subsequently bestowed upon Ramman. They were all goddesses of ancient lineage, and each had been previously worshipped on her own account when the Sumerian people held sway in Chaldæa. As soon as the Semites gained the upper hand, the powers of these female deities became enfeebled, and they were distributed among the gods. There was but one of them, Nana, the doublet of Ishtar, who had succeeded in preserving her liberty. When her companions had been reduced to a comparative insignificance, she was still acknowledged as queen and mistress in her city of Eridu. The others notwithstanding, the enervating influence to which they were usually subject in the harem, experienced at times inclinations to break into rebellion, and more than one of them, shaking off the yoke of her lord, had proclaimed her independence. Anunit, for instance, tearing herself away from the arms of Shamash, had vindicated, as his sister and his equal, her claim to the half of his dominion. Sippara was a double city, or rather there were two neighbouring Sipparas, one distinguished as the city of the sun, Sippara Shashamash, while the other gave lustre to Anunit in assuming the designation of Sippara Shah Anunitum. Rightly interpreted, these family arrangements of the gods had but one reason for their existence: the necessity of explaining without coarseness those parental connections which the theological classification found it needful to establish between the deities constituting the two triads. In Chaldæa as in Egypt, there was no inclination to represent the divine families as propagating their species otherwise than by the procedure observed in human families; the union of the goddesses with the gods thus legitimated their offspring. The triads were, therefore, nothing more than theological fictions. Each of them was really composed of 6 members, and it was thus really a council of 12 divinities which the priests of Uruk had instituted to attend to the affairs of the universe, with this qualification, that the feminine half of the assembly rarely asserted itself, and contributed but an insignificant part to the common work. When once the great divisions had been arranged, and the principal functionaries designated, it was still necessary to work out the details, and to select agents to preserve an order among them. Nothing happens by chance in this world, and the most insignificant events are determined by provisional arrangements, and decisions arrived at a long time previously. The gods assembled every morning in a hall, situated near the gates of the sun in the east, and there deliberated on the events of the day. The sagacious Ea submitted to them the fates which are about to be fulfilled, and caused a record of them to be made in the chamber of destiny on tablets which Shamash or Merodach carried with them to scatter everywhere on his way. But he who should be lucky enough to snatch these tablets from him would make himself master of the world for that day. This misfortune had arisen only once, at the beginning of the ages. Zu, the storm bird, who lives with his wife and children on Mount Sabu under the protection of Bel, and who from this elevation pounces down upon the country to ravage it, once took it into his head to make himself equal to the supreme gods. He forced his way at an early hour into the chamber of destiny before the sun had risen. He perceived within it the royal insignia of Bel, the mitre of his power, the garment of his divinity, the fatal tablets of his divinity. Zu perceived them. He perceived the father of the gods, the god who is the tie between heaven and earth, and the desire of ruling took possession of his heart. Yea, Zu perceived the father of the god who is the tie between heaven and earth, and the desire of ruling took possession of his heart. I will take the fatal tablets of the gods, I myself, and the oracles of all the gods: it is I who will give them forth. I will install myself on the throne, I will send forth decrees, I will manage the whole of the Igigi. And his heart plotted warfare; lying in wait on the threshold of the hall, he watched for the dawn. When Bel had poured out the shining waters, had installed himself on the throne, and donned the crown, Zu took away the fatal tablets from his hand; he seized power, and the authority to give forth decrees. The god Zu, he flew away and concealed himself in the mountains. Bel immediately cried out; he was inflamed with anger, and ravaged the world with the fire of his wrath. Anu opened his mouth, he spake, he said to the gods his offspring: "Who will conquer the god Zu? He will make his name great in every land." Ramman the supreme, the son of Anu, was called, and Anu himself had to give him his orders; yea, Ramman the supreme, the son of Anu, was called, and Anu himself gave to him his orders. "Go, my son Ramman, the valiant, since nothing resists thy attack; conquer Zu by thine arm, and thy name shall be great among the great gods. Among the gods thy brothers thou shalt have no equal; sanctuaries shall be built to thee, and if thou buildest for thyself the cities in the four houses of the world, thy cities shall extend over all the terrestrial mountain. Be valiant, then, in the sight of the gods, and may thy name be strong." Ramman answers, he addresses this speech to Anu his father: "Father, who will go to the inaccessible mountains? He who is the equal of Zu among the gods, thy offspring. He has carried off in his hand the fatal tablets; he has seized power and authority to give forth decrees. Zu thereupon flew away and hid himself in his mountain. Now the word of his mouth is like that of the god who unites heaven and earth; my power is no more than clay, and all the gods must bow before him." Anu sent for the god Bara, the son of Ishtar, to help him, and exhorted him in the same language he had addressed to Ramman. Bara refused to attempt the enterprise. Shamash, called in his turn, at length consented to set out for Mount Sabu; he triumphed over the storm bird, tore the fatal tablets from him, and brought him before Ea as a prisoner. The sun of the complete day, the sun in the full possession of his strength, could alone win back the attributes of power which the morning sun had allowed himself to be despoiled of. From that time forth the privilege of delivering immortal decrees to mortals was never taken out of the hands of the gods of light. Destinies once fixed on the earth became a law, mamit, a good or bad fate, from which no one could escape, but of which any one might learn the disposition beforehand if he were capable of interpreting the formulas of it inscribed on the book of the sky. The stars, even those which were most distant from the earth, were not unconcerned in the events which took place upon it. They were so many living beings endowed with various characteristics, and their rays as they passed across the celestial space exercised from above an active control on everything they touched. Their influence became modified, increased, or weakened according to the intensity with which they shed them, according to the respective places they occupied in the firmament, and according to the hour of the night and the month of the year in which they rose or set. Each division of time, each portion of space, each category of existences, and in each category each individual, was placed under their rule and was subject to their implacable tyranny. The infant was born their slave, and continued in this condition of slavery until his life's end. The star which was in the ascendant at the instant of his birth became his star and ruled his destiny. The Chaldaeans, like the Egyptians, fancied they discerned in the points of light which illuminate the night sky, the outline of a great number of various figures, men, animals, monsters, real and imaginary objects, a lance, a bow, a fish, a scorpion, ears of wheat, a bull, and a lion. The majority of these were spread out above their heads on the surface of the celestial vault, but 12 of these figures, distinguishable by their brilliancy, were arranged along the celestial horizon in the pathway of the sun, and watched over his daily course along the walls of the world. These divided this part of the sky into as many domains or houses in which they exercised absolute authority, and across which the god could not go without having previously obtained their consent, or having brought them into subjection beforehand. This arrangement is reminiscent of the wars by which Bel Merodach, the divine bull, the god of Babylon, had succeeded in bringing order out of chaos. He had not only killed Tiamat, but he had overthrown and subjugated the monsters which led the army of darkness. He meets afresh, every year and every day, on the confines of heaven and earth, the scorpion men of his ancient enemy, the fish with heads of men or of goats, and many more. The 12 constellations were combined into a zodiac, whose 12 signs, transmitted to the Greeks and modified by them, may still be read on our astronomical charts. The constellations, immovable, or actuated by a slow motion in longitude only, contain the problems of the future, but they are not sufficient themselves alone to furnish man with the solution of these problems. The heavenly bodies capable of explaining them, the real interpreters of destiny, were at first the 2 divinities who rule the empires of night and day, the moon and the sun; afterwards there took part in this work of explanation the 5 planets which we call Jupiter, Venus, Saturn, Mars, and Mercury, or rather the 5 gods who actuate them, and who have controlled their course from the moment of creation: Merodach, Ishtar, Ninib, Nergal, and Nebo. The planets seem to traverse the heavens in every direction, to cross their own and each other's paths, and to approach the fixed stars or recede from them; and the species of rhythmical dance in which they are carried unceasingly across the celestial spaces revealed to men, if they examined it attentively, the irresistible march of their own destinies, as surely as if they had made themselves master of the fatal tablets of Shamash, and could spell them out line by line. End of Part 21. Read by Professor Heather Mbai. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 22 of History of Egypt, Chaldæa, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 3, by Gaston Maspero. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 2. The Temples and the Gods of Chaldæa, Part 9. The Chaldeans were disposed to regard the planets as perverse sheep who had escaped from the fold of the stars to wander wilfully in search of pasture. At first they were considered to be so many sovereign deities, without other function than that of running through the heavens and furnishing their predictions of the future. Afterwards 2 of them descended to the earth, and received upon it the homage of men: Ishtar, from the inhabitants of the city of Dilbat, and Nebo, from those of Borsippa. Nebo assumed the role of a soothsayer and a prophet. He knew and foresaw everything, and was ready to give his advice upon any subject. He was the inventor of the method of making clay tablets, and of writing upon them. Ishtar was a combination of contradictory characteristics. In southern Chaldea she was worshipped under the name of Nana, the supreme mistress. The identity of this lady of the gods, Belit Ilanit, the evening star, with Anunit, the morning star, was at first ignored, and hence 2 distinct goddesses were formed from the twofold manifestations of a single deity. Having at length discovered their error, the Chaldeans merged these 2 beings in one, and their names became merely 2 different designations for the same star under a twofold aspect. The double character, however, which had been attributed to them, continued to be attached to the single personality. The evening star had symbolized the goddess of love, who attracted the sexes toward one another, and bound them together by the chain of desire. The morning star, on the other hand, was regarded as the cold-blooded and cruel warrior, who despised the pleasures of love and rejoiced in warfare. Ishtar thus combined in her person chastity and lasciviousness, kindness and ferocity, and a peaceful and warlike disposition, but this incongruity in her characteristics did not seem to disconcert the devotion of her worshippers. The 3 other planets would have had a wretched part to play in comparison with Nebo and Ishtar, if they had not been placed under new patronage. The secondary solar gods, Merodach, Ninib, and Nergal, led, if we examine their role carefully, but an incomplete existence. They were merely portions of the sun, while Shamash represented the entire orb. What became of them apart from the moment in the day and year in which they were actively engaged in their career? Where did they spend their nights, the hours during which Shamash had retired into the firmament, and lay hidden behind the mountains of the north? As in Egypt the Horuses identified at first with the sun became at length the rulers of the planets, so in Chaldea the 3 sons of Ninib, Merodach, and Nergal became respectively assimilated to Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars; and this identification was all the more easy in the case of Saturn, as he had been considered from the beginning as a bull belonging to Shamash. Henceforward, therefore, there was a group of 5 powerful gods, distributed among the stars of heaven, and having abodes also in the cities of the earth, whose function it was to announce the destinies of the universe. Some, deceived by the size and brilliancy of Jupiter, gave the chief command to Merodach, and this opinion naturally found a welcome reception at Babylon, of which he was the feudal deity. Others, taking into account only the preponderating influence exercised by the planets over the fortunes of men, accorded the primacy to Ninib, placing Merodach next, followed respectively by Ishtar, Nergal, and Nebo. The 5 planets, like the 6 triads, were not long before they took to themselves consorts, if indeed they had not already been married before they were brought together in a collective whole. Ninib chose for a wife, in the first place, Bau, the daughter of Anu, the mistress of Uru, highly venerated from the most remote times; afterwards Gula, the queen of physicians, whose wisdom alleviates the ills of humanity, and who was one of the goddesses sometimes placed in the harem of Shamash himself. Merodach associated with him Zerbanit, the fruitful, who secures from generation to generation the permanence and increase of living beings. Nergal distributed his favours sometimes to Laz, and sometimes to Eshara, who was, like himself, warlike, and always victorious in battle. Nebo provided himself with a mate in Tashmit, the great bride, or even in Ishtar herself. But Ishtar could not be content with a single husband: after she had lost Dumuzi Tammuz, the spouse of her youth, she gave herself freely to the impulses of her passions, distributing her favours to men as well as gods, and was sometimes subject to be repelled with contempt by the heroes upon whom she was inclined to bestow her love. The 5 planets came thus to be actually 10, and advantage was taken of these alliances to weave fresh schemes of affiliation. Nebo was proclaimed to be the son of Merodach and Zerbanit, Merodach the son of Ba, and Ninib the offspring of Bel and Ashara. There were 2 councils, one consisting of 12 members, the other of 10. The former was composed of the most popular gods of southern Chaldæa, representing the essential elements of the world, while the latter consisted of the great deities of northern Chaldæa, whose function it was to regulate or make known the destinies of men. The authors of this system, who belonged to southern Chaldæa, naturally gave the position to their patron gods, and placed the 12 above the 10. It is well known that Orientals display a great respect for numbers, and attribute to them an almost irresistible power: we can thus understand how it was that the Chaldaeans applied them to designate their divine masters, and we may calculate from these numbers the estimation in which each of these masters was held. The goddesses had no value assigned to them in this celestial arithmetic, Ishtar excepted, who was not a mere duplication, more or less ingenious, of a previously existing deity, but possessed from the beginning an independent life, and could thus claim to be called goddess in her own right. The members of the 2 triads were arranged on a descending scale, Anu taking the highest place. The scale was considered to consist of a sauce of 60 units in length, and each of the deities who followed Anu was placed 10 of these units below his predecessor: Bel at 50 units, Ea at 40, Sin at 30, Shamash at 20, Ramman at 10 or 6. The gods of the planets were not arranged in a regular series like those of the triads, but the numbers attached to them expressed their proportionate influence on terrestrial affairs. To Ninib was assigned the same number as had been given to Bel, 50; to Merodach perhaps 25; to Ishtar 15; to Nergal 12; and to Nebo 10. The various spirits were also fractionally estimated, but this as a class and not as individuals: the priests would not have known how to have solved the problem if they had been obliged to ascribe values to the infinity of existences. As the Heliopolitans were obliged to eliminate from the Ennead many feudal divinities, so the Chaldaeans had left out of account many of their sovereign deities, especially goddesses, Bau of Uru, Nana of Uruk, and Allat; or if they did introduce them into their calculations, it was by a subterfuge, by identifying them with other goddesses to whom places had been already assigned: Bau was thus coupled with Ohila, Nana with Ishtar, and Allat with Ninobeltis. If figures had been assigned to the latter proportionate to the importance of the parts they played, and the number of their votaries, how comes it that they were excluded from the cycle of the great gods? They were actually placed alongside rather than below the two councils, and without insistence upon the rank which they enjoyed in the hierarchy. But the confusion which soon arose among divinities of identical or analogous nature opened the way for inserting all the neglected personalities in the framework already prepared for them. A sky god, like Dagan, would mingle naturally with Anu, and enjoy like honours with him. The gods of all ranks associated with the sun or fire, Nusku, Gimel, and Dumuzi, who had not been at first received among the privileged group, obtained a place there by virtue of their assimilation to Shamash, and his secondary forms, Bel Merodach, Ninib, and Nergal. Ishtar absorbed all her companions, and her name put in the plural, Ishtarati, the Ishtars, embraced all goddesses in general, just as the name Hani took in all the gods. Thanks to this compromise, the system flourished, and was widely accepted. Local vanity was always able to find a means for placing in a prominent place within it the feudal deity, and for reconciling his pretensions to the highest rank with the order of precedence laid down by the theologians of Uruk. The local god was always the king of the gods, the father of the gods, he who was worshipped above the others in everyday life, and whose public cult constituted the religion of the state or city. End of Part 22, read by Professor Heather Mbai. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 23 of History of Egypt, Chaldæa, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 3 by Gaston Maspero. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Chapter 2. The Temples and the Gods of Chaldæa, Part 10. The temples were miniature reproductions of the arrangement of the universe. The ziggurat represented in its form the mountain of the world, and the halls ranged at its feet resembled approximately the accessory parts of the world. The temple of Merodach at Babylon comprised them all up to the chambers of fate, where the sun received every morning the tablets of destiny. The name often indicated the nature of the patron deity or one of his attributes. The temple of Shamash at Larsham, for instance, was called El Barbara, the house of the sun, and that of Nebo at Borsippa, El Zida, the eternal house. No matter where the sanctuary of a specific god might be placed, it always bore the same name. Shamash, for example, dwelt at Sippara as at Larsam in El Barbara. In Chaldæa, as in Egypt, the king or chief of the state was the priest par excellence, and the title of vicegerent, so frequent in the early period, shows that the chief was regarded as representing the divinity among his own people. But a priestly body, partly hereditary, partly selected, fulfilled for him his daily sacerdotal functions, and secured the regularity of the services. A chief priest, Ish Shaku, was at their head, and his principal duty was the pouring out of the libation. Each temple had its Ish Shaku, but he who presided over the worship of the feudal deity took precedence of all others in the city, as in the case of the chief priest of Bel Merodach at Babylon, of Sin at Uru, and of Shamash at Larsam or Sippara. He presided over various categories of priests and priestesses whose titles and positions in the hierarchy are not well known. The Sangutu appear to have occupied after him the most important place, as chamberlains attached to the house of the god, and as his liegemen. To some of these was entrusted the management of the harem of the god, while others were overseers of the remaining departments of his palace. The Kipu and the Shatamu were especially charged with the management of his financial interests, while the Pashishu anointed with holy and perfumed oil his statues of stone, metal, or wood, the votive stela set up in the chapels, and the objects used in worship and sacrifice, such as the great basins, the seas of copper which contained in the water employed in the ritual ablutions, and the victims led to the altar. After these came a host of officials, butchers and their assistants, soothsayers, augurs, prophets, in fact, all the attendants that the complicated rites, as numerous in Chaldæa as in Egypt, required, not to speak of the bands of women and men who honoured the god in meretricious rites. Occupation for this motley crowd was never lacking. Every day and almost every hour a fresh ceremony required the services of one or other member of the staff, from the monarch himself, or his deputy in the temple, down to the lowest sacristan. The 12th of the month Blul was set apart at Babylon for the worship of Bel and Beltis. The sovereign made a donation to them according as he was disposed, and then celebrated before them the customary sacrifices; and if he raised his hand to plead for any favor, he obtained it without fail. The 13th was dedicated to the moon, the supreme god; the 14th to Beltis and Nergal; the 15th to Shamash; the 16th was a fast in honor of Merodach and Zerbanit; the 17th was the annual festival of Nebo and Tashmit; the 18th was devoted to the laudation of Sin and Shamash; while the 19th was a white day for the great goddess Gula. The whole year was taken up in a way similar to this casual specimen from the calendar. The kings, in founding a temple, not only bestowed upon it the objects and furniture required for present exigencies, such as lambs and oxen, birds, fish, bread, liquors, incense, and odoriferous essences; they assigned to it an annual income from the treasury, slaves, and cultivated lands, and their royal successors were accustomed to renew these gifts or increase them on every opportunity. Every victorious campaign brought him his share in the spoils and captives; every fortunate or unfortunate event which occurred in connection with the state or royal family meant an increase in the gifts to the gods, as an act of thanksgiving on the one hand for the divine favor, or as an offering on the other to appease the wrath of the god. Gold, silver, copper, lapis lazuli, gems, and precious woods, accumulated in the sacred treasury; fields were added to fields, flocks to flocks, slaves to slaves; and the result of such increase would in a few generations have made the possessions of the god equal to those of the reigning sovereign, if the attacks of neighboring peoples had not, from time to time, issued in the loss of a part of it, or if the king himself had not, under financial pressure, replenished his treasury at the expense of the priests. To prevent such usurpations as far as possible, maledictions were hurled at every one who should dare to lay a sacrilegious hand on the least object belonging to the divine domain; it was predicted of such that he would be killed like an ox in the midst of his prosperity, and slaughtered like a wild urus in the fulness of his strength. May his name be effaced from his stele in the temple of the god! May his god see pitilessly the disaster of his country! May the god ravage his land with the waters of heaven, ravage it with the waters of the earth! May he be pursued as a nameless wretch, and his seed fall under servitude! May this man, like every one who acts adversely to his master, find nowhere a refuge, afar off, under the vault of the skies, or in any abode of man whatsoever. These threats, terrible as they were, did not succeed in deterring the daring, and the mighty men of the time were willing to brave them, when their interest promoted them. Gulkishar, lord of the land of the sea, had vowed a wheat field to Nina, his lady, near the town of Deri, on the Tigris. 700 years later, in the reign of Bel-Nadinabal, Echerachais, governor of Betsinmager, took possession of it, and added it to the provincial possessions, contrary to all equity. The priest of the goddess appealed to the king, and prostrating himself before the throne with many prayers and mystic formulas, begged for the restitution of the alienated land. Bel-Nadinabal acceded to the request, and renewed the imprecations which had been inserted in the original deed of gift. If ever, in the course of days, the man of law, or the governor of a suzerain who will superintend the town of Bitsinmager, fears the vengeance of the god Zukim or the goddess Nina, may then Zukim and Nina, the mistress of the goddesses, come to him with the benediction of the prince of the gods; may they grant to him the destiny of a happy life, and may they accord to him days of old age, and years of uprightness. But as for thee, who hast a mind to change this, step not across its limits, do not covet the land, hate evil and love justice." If all sovereigns were not so accommodating in their benevolence as Bel-Nadinabal, the piety of private individuals, stimulated by fear, would be enough to repair the loss, and frequent legacies would soon make up for the detriment caused to the temple possessions by the enemy's sword or the rapacity of an unscrupulous lord. The residue, after the vicissitudes of revolutions, was increased and diminished from time to time, to form at length in the city an indestructible fief, whose administration was a function of the chief priest for life, and whose revenue furnished means in abundance for the personal exigencies of the gods as well as the support of his ministers. There was nothing more than justice would prescribe: a loyal and universal faith would not only acknowledge the whole world to be the creation of the gods, but also their unalienable domain. It belonged to them at the beginning; every one in the state of which the god was the sovereign lord, all those, whether nobles or serfs, vicegerents or kings, who claimed to have any possession in it, were but ephemeral leaseholders of portions of which they fancied themselves the owners. Donations to the temples were, therefore, nothing more than voluntary restitutions, which the gods consented to accept graciously, deigning to be well pleased with the givers, when, after all, they might have considered the gifts as merely displays of strict honesty, which merited neither recognition nor thanks. They allowed, however, the best part of their patrimony to remain in the hands of strangers, and they contented themselves with what the pretended generosity of the faithful might see fit to assign to them. Of their lands, some were directly cultivated by the priests themselves, others were leased to people of every rank, who took off the shoulders of the priesthood all the burden of managing them, while rendering at the same time the profit that accrued from them; others were let at a fixed rent according to contract. The tribute of dates, corn, and fruit, which was rendered to the temples to celebrate certain commemorative ceremonies in the honour of this or that deity, were fixed charges upon certain lands, which at length usually fell entirely into the hands of the priesthood as mortmain possessions. These were the sources of the fixed revenues of the gods, by means of which they and their people were able to live, if not luxuriously, at least in a manner befitting their dignity. The offerings and sacrifices were a kind of windfall, of which the quantity varied strangely with the seasons: at certain times few were received, while at other times there was a superabundance. The greatest portion of them was consumed on the spot by the officials of the sanctuary; the part which could be preserved without injury was added to the produce of the domain, and constituted a kind of reserve for a rainy day, or was used to produce more of its kind. The priests made great profit out of corn and metals, and the skill with which they conducted commercial operations in silver was so notorious that no private person hesitated to entrust them with the management of his capital. They were the intermediaries between lenders and borrowers, and the commissions which they obtained in these transactions was not the smallest or the least certain of their profits. They maintained troops of slaves, labourers, gardeners, workmen, and even women singers and sacred courtesans, of which mention has been made above, all of whom either worked directly for them in their several trades, or were let out to those who needed their services. The god was not only the greatest cultivator in the state after the king, sometimes even excelling him in this respect, but he was also the most active manufacturer, and many of the utensils in daily use, as well as articles of luxury, proceeded from his workshops. His possessions secured for him a paramount authority in the city, and also an influence in the councils of the king. The priests who represented him on earth thus became mixed up in state affairs, and exercised authority on his behalf in the same measure as the officers of the crown. He had indeed as much need of riches and renown as the least of his clients. As he was subject to all human failings, and experienced all the appetites of mankind, he had to be nourished, clothed, and amused, and this could be done only at great expense. The stone or wooden statues erected to him in the sanctuaries furnished him with bodies, which he animated with his breath, and accredited to his clients as receivers of all things needful to him in his mysterious kingdom. The images of the gods were clothed in vestments; they were anointed with odoriferous oils, covered with jewels, served with food and drink, and during these operations the divinities themselves, above in the heaven, or down in the abyss, or in the bosom of the earth, were arrayed in garments, their bodies were perfumed with unguents, and their appetites fully satisfied. All that was further required for this purpose was the offering of sacrifices together with prayers and prescribed rites. The priest began by solemnly inviting the gods to the feast; as soon as they sniffed from afar the smell of the good cheer that awaited them, they ran like a swarm of flies and prepared themselves to partake of it. Chapter 23. Read by Professor Heather and by. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.